circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I didn't know I was a casualty, but when you're gone, can't find no remedy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love.
Welcome in, everyone, to another week of action for the CCA Summer Series. We got our sunglasses. Bass forgot his, but it's okay. We're all glasses up. I can't see either without my glasses, so I'm going to take these off so I can actually see myself. And get into the action today. We have the standings updated. A lot of action that's happened in the past, like 24 to 48 hours with matches coming through. Follow Champion Show if you want to get all those live updates. But even then, we do have some more updates on the Eastern Conference standings here in just a sec. But before we get into that, Seb, Bass, and now our special guest Chixa, introduce yourselves and how you're feeling about how the action has been so far.
I'm actually feeling incredible, mainly because, yes, we've had an incredible week of just wild matches from both East and West. We're all like wondering what is actually going on. But in the off season, we also had a $5,000 collegiate tournament, which was very indicative of some matches, and most notably, which we will see later on, Northwood got beat in a grand final. I legitimately cannot remember the last time I remember ever saying those words, Bass.
I mean, I think the last time we saw it happen had to at least be about a year ago, and honestly, I don't think a single player on the roster that's on this roster now was actually on that roster. The last one I can think about was them losing in, I think it was like Ace in 22. And I feel like I'm not even correct about that one. I think it was Sienna Heights back then, and it was an upset victory because they had faded on their team. So, yeah, no, it's been a hot minute since we saw Northwood be a little bit vulnerable, but also on the other side of this, I do feel like we would be remiss if we didn't mention also the fact Boise looking vulnerable as well. The former undefeated West team not going undefeated, guaranteed at least for Summer Series.
Unfortunate.
For me, I can't believe, one, I'm here today, so that's pretty hype for me.
Welcome.
But I'm trying to figure out how Maryville has played 12 matches already. Just quick looking at everything. They went through it. They went through it. So I'm trying to wrap my head around all the changes that we've seen from fall, from spring, now to summer, extra tournaments. It's a lot for me to handle and process. And here we have tonight some interesting decider matches. So I'm kind of stoked for it all.
It's going to be a great time. I mean, we have some amazing matches lined up for us, for the ones that we could get. A lot of players are busy on Wednesdays, and I'm mad at you all. But we still have what we can to go over.
There's no reason for that at all.
No reason whatsoever. Maybe there's another league going on at the exact same time. But, you know, even then, let's take a look at the Eastern Conference standings and see how things are going there so far. Right now, of course, Northwood being inevitable. They have looked so dominant, haven't dropped a single game so far. And one of those teams that they took down recently was a pretty good matchup that we saw happen in that $5,000 tournament, Seb, a rematch of that. Why don't you recount us what happened there and what happened after they rematched?
Yeah, so most notably, like, we saw Northwood, they got beat in a grand final that was actually incredible. It was a full best-of-7 grand final against West Virginia University. It was incredibly tight all the way through until the Game 7, where we saw a historic collapse from Northwood. And when I say collapse, I mean, like, it was all donezo. It was a 7-0 scoreline by the end of it. And then the moment that you put, I think it was on your channel where you posted out the schedule that you had the next day, where they were going through like 3 or 4 different teams, one of them being WVU. I remember replying, I'm like, okay, we're about to see demon mode Northwood, and they did. They absolutely clapped West Virginia. I remember Creams messaging me afterwards. He's like, yeah, we had to turn our monitors on. It was a incredible comeback to form, showcasing us that, yeah, no, I think that was just a fluke. You guys don't have to worry. We're still the same Northwood as ever. I personally don't. I will leave that for my ranking this Friday.
Fluke is an aggressive word to use here. I would say it's definitely a moment of weakness, which is still pretty surprising because, you know, Northwood, that doesn't actually happen literally ever. Fluke is a bit crazy. We got to give at least some credit to the fact that WVU are the best team we've ever seen in summer. They did it last summer. They've not necessarily did it this summer, but taking a $5,000, you know, winner takes all tournament against Northwood is a pretty impressive result, even if it is a day where Northwood weren't necessarily like on point, if you will. Like I get that there's like reasons and circumstances around it, but like let's give credit where it's due. Northwood did lose, and barely anybody's ever been able to say that.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that by any means. I know that West Virginia, and I was cheering for them. I know that they have that summer sauce in them. Something about West Virginia summers, it was just insane. The Northwood comeback immediately the day after, and it wasn't even a close 3-0.
That, yeah, it was they like beat them like what 7-4 in the first game, and then just didn't really let them score much afterwards. It was a slacking. They almost got a perfect sweep against Ole Miss to start off the day too, so they were coming in hot with those matchups there. But we also had some interesting developments in results in the Eastern Conference too, with some of the other matchups there. I'm sure Seb, you're a little happy about the Durham's getting their victory against ISU. I mean, ISU, what is happening there this season, Baz?
Dude, that's a really good question. I wish I could answer it as well. Part of me wants to attribute it to the fact that we've seen, a leveled up version of East, which I will say pretty much every roster that we're looking at here has somehow either gained a new player that has made them better or has just kind of leveled up in comparison to what we saw from last year. Ball State in particular, probably the team that I'd look most towards for that. But it's kind of painful when I feel like we weren't even the only people hyping up ISU. We were talking to coaches, we were talking to players. Pretty much everybody kind of said the same thing, which is that if you sleep on ISU, they will take a win against you and they will surprise you without a second thought. ISU, you want to surprise us soon? I'd like that. It'd be nice. I don't know what's going on, man. I really don't have an explanation for this. It's not as if they have faced opponents that were surefire wins for them, but the fact that they have only managed to take a win versus Syracuse out of all the other teams that they have played thus far, I don't know. I'm not going to lose faith in them quite yet, but there's a couple of glaring losses on there, like to BPC, that I just don't really know if I've got much of an excuse.
PPC is that team that's just taking random wins. But let's move on over to the Western Conference this time and take a look over there. UT Dallas not doing as well as we would hope. 1-7 currently with their results, -13. But Chicksa, I know you were coming into this and looking at kind of the standings and realizing Maryville, they're almost done all their series and they've dominated the competition in the West.
Yeah, 12-0, 30 game differential below. What has happened to Maryville in the off season? What have they done that they've been so perfect in the West? I mean, we've said time and time again, the West has been amping up and how competitive it is. And now all of a sudden Maryville's at the top of it. I am certainly shocked. I mean, not necessarily surprised they're near the top, but with a perfect record is really what's kind of scaring me. Are they the new #1 West team?
Could be, especially they only have like 3 matches remaining in the West there as well, so they don't really have too many more opponents to face off against. Looking at the remaining ones that they have Borregos, SDSU, and St. Edwards. And St. Edwards, what's going on over there,
avoiding them, huh? they're trying to stay away from them. I can't blame them. I do feel like out of all the teams that they've got left, in comparison also, I'd be honest with just all the teams that are in this thing, St. Edwards might be the kind of definitive #2 seed right now. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, what about Boise? I don't know, man. Boise's got to do something for me a little bit more right now, man. 2-2 with a loss to LCU is just feels weird. That is not a Boise that we saw last season where they just straight up dominated team. This is a completely different version of them, and I don't know what's changed necessarily, but they need to kind of prove themselves again. I feel like they have not been able to like definitively show themselves as a top contender nearly as much as they did last year.
Well, as we're talking about that, though, it hasn't been updated here. I'm looking now on the standings, but SDSU did get a victory against St. Edwards in a 3-0 sweep. Is Zapdos just that good, Seb?
So when you first sent me this score line, I legitimately thought like it was a DQ. Like I thought that there's no way that SDSU claps St. Edwards to the nth dimension just on a whim. And so I thought it was actually a DQ. But no, when you said it was like an actual sweep, I think it's just we're starting to see SDSU come into form. I think while I'm seeing and I'm watching some of St. Edwards and how they play, even not only just in terms of series, but like the players themselves, and I'm really wondering if like the hours are there almost, or if it's more just they're just not playing as cleanly as they like, or frankly they're not getting the hours in within themselves. That tournament that I was talking about, that 5K tournament, they DQ'd out of. They DQ'd all of their matches, did not make it to bracket. So something is going on there. I'm not going to make any speculations, but it is a bit strange.
I will say
I'm going to cut you
is-
off there, Bass. Actually, we do have to get into our interview here
Ooh.
for this. I'm sorry, we do
No,
have
I'll go with
Bubs
this.
from Mizzou. First season freshman coming onto the field and now into the booth here, about to talk to them about their matchup against Oklahoma Christian University after this. But Bubs, how's it feel joining Summer Series, joining Mizzou for the first time, and making an impact currently in the field?
It's good. I was really nervous at the beginning of the season, obviously, but I don't know. I'm just excited to be here, excited to play, just thankful for the opportunity.
So I'm kind of
hear it.
curious because I think Mizzou's position is actually better than it I think a lot of people think right now, because we're seeing what a lot of the top contenders that we have for Summer Series, they're sort of missing the mark. You know, we have Boise, who's been struggling. We have St. Edwards, who hasn't even played their games yet, and we don't know where they're at right now. Do you, before we kind of put Mizzou as that potentially top 6 level or in contention, do you think you could potentially see yourselves as contenders?
I think we can. I think lately, like last week, we had like a rough couple of games. Like obviously, like playing Columbia and Maryville, like those teams are like easily top 6 or contenders. But I think we kind of sold ourselves short, and we didn't play at all to the standard that we like set ourselves to. So like I absolutely think that like we can be top 6. I think that we can be contenders. I think it's just about like finding that middle ground and like finding our consistency. And like once we get that going, I think is when we'll start to see the results that we want, and when we're gonna start picking up wins.
I do think you guys have a more than decent result or chance, to make it into top 6, to make it into playoffs at this point. The main question I'll actually ask you is about joining this Mizzou team. Missouri is a hotbed right now for a ton of different Rocket League rosters within the collegiate scene, but I know that you specifically, you did a whole announcement with your high school. Dude, it was sick to watch. You did a signing. That was dope. Why specifically Mizzou? Was there a reason you went there out of all the options, especially with so many good collegiate programs within Missouri?
So if I'm being honest, like I've always wanted to go to Mizzou, like being from St. Louis especially. Like Mizzou's like the big university. So I always wanted to go there. When I toured the campus though, I was a little like nervous because of how like big it was. So like initially like I didn't know actually if I was going to go to Mizzou. And then like obviously like my parents were like really like supportive, and they wanted me to like reach out to like colleges about Rocket League and like competing. And I reached out to honestly all like so many schools, and like only a couple got back to me, and like Mizzou was like the big one. And honestly, at first I really didn't think I was gonna get the spot. Like if you ask Frostbite or Exodia, like after the tryouts, I didn't think I was gonna get the spot, and I didn't think like I did good at all, but like I got the spot, luckily. That's why I'm here. But I think honestly for me, I'm just trying to prove something to myself and to the other universities that, you know, like didn't even care to respond to my DMs about a potential offer.
How dare
but
they?
Overall, I'm just excited to play. I just want to be here.
Well, you talked a little bit about your teammates, so I'm going to ask one final question. How do you feel you're fitting in with your team? Do you like your teammates? Do you vibe with them? How often do you hang out? Like, what is it like to be on this new team?
It's great. We're all very close, and like Crims especially too. Like we're still very good friends with him. Like I'm close with all the guys on the team. They're all super nice people, super fun to hang out with. Like I'll play like different games with them as well. I've already gotten to like hang out with them like once before. I was even forced to stay at Crims's apartment one night. But no, not forced, but it was a good experience. I got to meet all the guys like
twice if you need.
in person. We're like, you know, like all very good friends. Everybody's like super chill, and I'd say I'm fitting in pretty well with the team. I think the big thing for me is like I know like at this point I've gotten like I know I'm good enough. It's just like trying to like actually like slot myself in, like always be in the right spots for my team, and like have everybody feeling comfortable. Because I think lately, like at the beginning of the season, it was a lot about trying to get me comfortable, but now I feel like it should just be about like everybody being comfortable. So we're still, you know, getting those like tweaking those things out. But yeah, overall, I'd say the vibe is great. The atmosphere is great. They're amazing players. And I genuinely think like, especially like Frostbite and Wes are some of like the most underrated players in CRL. So I'm really excited for what we can do this season.
Well, thanks for joining us here, Bubs, before your matchup against Oklahoma Christian. One thing I need from you is, where do you think the result's going to be for this matchup, and are you making top 6, as well as final shout-outs before we send you away?
I think we're making top 6. I think people don't expect us to make top 6, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, listen, we did it on the pod, man. We predicted.
I loved seeing that, if I'm being completely honest. But I think there are a lot of people that don't see us as like a threat. But I think those people are stupid, if I'm being honest. I think we're gonna be good. I think we just gotta, like I said earlier, we just gotta figure some little things out. And like our coach Puff has been amazing helping us with those things. So yeah, like I said, once we get going, we're gonna start pulling out the wins, and we're gonna be a top 6 team, and we're gonna be contenders. But for this match, I mean, I can't say I think we're gonna lose. I'm feeling confident going into it.
There we go.
I think it's gonna be close. Oklahoma Christian are a really good team, but I think it's gonna be close.
Just don't pay attention to our predictions. Is all I'm going to say on this one. But
shout out
to
like, you know, like my mom and dad always being like supportive. And then my girlfriend, because she's watching as well. So like, yeah, just shout out to the fans.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Bubs, and good luck out there on the pitch.
Yep. Thank you.
That was one of like the better interviews we have had. I got to be honest on that one.
Bubs very confident,
responsive,
well articulated. Like,
I mean, doesn't need media training, but if you were wanting someone to be media trained, that's what you want result wise. But let's look at the schedule that we have here today. Bass, why don't you run us through these matches and pick your favorite one out of the bunch?
Well, I mean, we've got Mizzou and OKC to start this one off. UTD versus GCU afterwards. Fisher versus Davenport, and Shawnee State versus Stockton. Look, I'm going to just be biased, and I'm not even going to try to hide the bias on this one. The first one's my favorite matchup, man. I used to coach this team. I have a lot of confidence in them, and honestly, the biggest reason that I think this would be my favorite matchup is specifically for what we just heard. Mizzou's confident. They're playing well. They're looking like they deserve a top 6 spot within the West to make it in the playoffs versus an OKC where I think all of us thought that initially. Now we've got some questions. So I kind of feel this is, if Mizzou wins this, they solidify themselves as the top of the West. If Oklahoma Christian is able to win this, they kind of re-bring themselves back into that position. So either way you look at it, the stakes are high for both sides.
A lot of teams in contention in the Western Conference for that top 6. I mean, looking at the standings as we did earlier, Maryville, Columbia College, Oregon, CU Boulder, SDSU now with their win, Mizzou, Boise, Oklahoma Christian, and LCU even, St. Edwards, and then the rest of the competition is kind of like there so far. We don't know yet for Kansas because we haven't really seen them much. St. Edwards is also a big question mark, but looking at those other matches, I mean, Fisher, Davenport, will they continue their fury through their specific Eastern Conference matchups? And Shawnee State and Stockton, 2 questionable teams in the Eastern Conference that could play spoiler, but we're not quite sure on how they're going to look in the later stages of this competition. But even with that, we got to switch gears into our first matchup of the day, and that is Mizzou versus Oklahoma Christian. This is going to be a very intense matchup at that. I mean, both of the records very even between these two. Oklahoma Christian, looking back at their losses that they've had so far, of course, Maryville, but then Oregon was also able to take a 3-0 sweep against them. So that's the biggest question mark for this Oklahoma Christian team. Can they turn things around there? And looking at these rosters, I mean, which do you feel has the edge here, Seb?
So I am a little biased because just mainly because I've seen a lot more of OKC recently. If we're going
fair,
purely based off the rosters, I would generally, in my opinion, I would still give it to OKC, even though I think that they are a bit more inconsistent. Though with the new pieces that Mizzou have to play with, I think we just need to see a bit more of them. Though they are playing currently very well. Though OKC, we know what they're capable of. We've seen them really peak at times. I saw them peak incredibly recently, and I am very, very confident in their ability. But I think this very much is a series that really could go either way depending on the day.
We'll have to see once we get onto the field itself. But talking more about this matchup, Chicks, I mean, what are your thoughts going into this after hearing the interview, the confidence from Bubs? Although we did have to give our predictions earlier on. We won't talk about predictions just yet, but with this matchup itself, is that confidence going to be so key for Bubs and their teammates to try and take on the storied roster of Oklahoma Christian?
Yeah, I always feel a team with a ton of chemistry and a ton of confidence is going to come through with that advantage, with that edge. He seemed very comfortable keep in mind, he's a freshman and he hasn't actually started fall semester yet. So
True.
He's very comfortable without really even being on campus yet that often for classes. So it's nice to see that they already have that camaraderie. I think Exodia and Frostbite are two very underrated players that have so much potential. We just haven't really seen them peak consistently enough at times. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, Chili and G-Man, I've seen them peak so constantly. There's a lot of clips out there of both of them, and that's where my eyes go. I've seen Exodia and Frostbite play just as much, but I wish they maybe in a sense were a little bit more flashy like the OKC side.
I'm so curious on how this one's going to go. I mean, it's a best of 5. We'll have to see once we get onto the pitch itself on how things are going. Cat cam. But we'll get into predictions now. Going down the line from Seb, back to Chixa, and then I'll round things off afterwards. So Seb, who's taking this? How many games?
Sorry, I didn't realize that I was, looking at a void essentially in my monitor. I am going to be taking OKC, and let me tell you why. Okay, so yeah, although it's not Summer Series, and as we have clearly seen that Summer Series is just built different as far as results, let me roll some of the recent results that OKC have gotten that isn't Summer Series, but is still substantial nonetheless. They have a win over BPC in a 3-2 fashion. They have a win over Maryville. Yeah, so that 13-0 record, I'm sorry, that's a Clown Fiesta record at this point. I'm sorry, it's true, you lost. So they have a win over Maryville, and I believe their last win was over Fisher, who's also, while not the GOAT Fisher, it's still a fantastic squad, both from the East. I'm taking OKC on this one. Mizzou, I don't see them putting up those kind of wins. I think it's possible, but I don't know, man. This is just too much for them.
Bass has some opinions.
I mean, look, here's the thing. I'm just going to get this out of the way ahead of time because this is not really a hidden thing. I used to coach OKC. I love that team. I like the players on it. I like the program there. I'm a big fan of what they do. They even asked me, hey, do you want to coach this summer? The only reason I said no is, well, you can see what I'm doing instead. The realistic thing is that OKC, when they're at their peak, are one of not just the best teams in the West, one of the best teams in the country. This is not me trying to exaggerate either. We've seen the results out of Chile. We've seen the results out of G-Man. There is no chicken anymore, but oh no, they had to replace him with 2,200 B-plus player North. Oh, how horrible.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's a good team. It's a very good team. And I would have said Oklahoma Christian definitively, and I still will, but there's an asterisk at this point, dude. I cannot say that this team is definitely taking this win. I want them to. I believe that they will. But if Mizzou even plays to, I'd say, 90% of what we know them to, this is going to 5, and it's going either way. Put me down for OKC, but, dude, this is anybody's ball game.
Yeah.
It really is.
I definitely feel like Mizzou can play spoiler, but I'm still going with OKC. The results are there from them in the past. They're confident. They are a good team. I mentioned the 2 players returning. Of course, we've mentioned them a ton. We know how good they are. I'm confident in OKC a little bit more than Mizzou, but again, asterisk, I think it does go to 5. I do think it goes the entire way.
I could easily see it go to 5 as well. And unfortunately for OKC, we are sweeping the desk here on the predictions. Mizzou might come out with the victor on that one because we are all going Oklahoma Christian. It is what we're used to seeing. They've had good results recently. And yes, the victories that have happened for Mizzou are solid. The confidence is there from Bubs, but that was before our interview that we made these predictions. Afterwards, I might have changed it up a little bit, but they'll have to change their fate to try and make it into the top 6 and prove their worth and might to get to the championship for CCA Summer Series 2024. $20,000 prize pool. Mizzou trying to make themselves known as a storied program in Collegiate Rocket League. We'll see how that story continues once we get on the field.
we have found ourselves here with a West matchup that quite literally could determine top 6, but also quite literally might have just been jinxed before it even started. I cannot believe that we have completely swept the desk here, Seb. I thought maybe there was a chance somebody goes the other way, but OKC, my goodness, if the world isn't rooting against you right now.
I mean, at least at the very end of that possibility is that we are predicting a good series regardless. Yes, it is a sweep on the desk, which we know always happens to go perfectly for the predicting team, but as long as it's a good series, that's all that matters, regardless if Mizzou wins or not. This is game 1 in this best of 5, Mizzou versus OKC.
I cannot wait to see this get started, though. It definitely feels like, regardless of what the results are, we're going to get a good back and forth. Okay, well, we'll get a good back and forth in a little while. For right now, this is, Chili, I love you, brother. This ain't the touch you were looking for.
Yeah, did the curse already start? Is it really starting all the way through? Bubs being our interviewee, kicking off this series with the first goal here for Mizzou. OKC already on the back foot, but again, this is a hefty series to play through. I imagine, like we had said, this may go the distance, but that is to be determined. Nice demo from North. Bubs going to go on the rotate back. Everyone is playing really passive. G-Man going to try and solo. Gets bumped out of the way, and it will be diffused.
The big things to watch for this Oklahoma Christian team is the ways that they rotate around each other in a very aggressive manner, and it's intentional. Again, it's not as if I want to take credit for that, but this is something we focused on a lot last year and last semester, was that this team really does have a very aggressive approach. They're not going to give you a moment to breathe, and it's very intentional. Reasons why? Watch Chili and G-Man. Watch how quickly these two players are going to dive onto the ball and just make opportunities happen. Chili had 0 boost, and he still dove for that.
I mean, so much of this has contributed to just the boost starvation, and even this missed touch from Bubs, it was clear he wasn't expecting the side touch in transition. Mizzou just leaves it perfectly open for OKC. We're back to a tie game.
Back to a tie game before how long? We've had 2 goals in just about a minute. I wouldn't be surprised to see a third here as North. A bit awkward in the corner, but G-Man filling in the space and getting the touch afterwards, looking for the bump on Bubs, can't find it. Chili can at least swing through the corner to keep the offense going. Like you talked about, watch the boost totals here for this Mizzou team. They're going to make them expend every ounce that they've got, go through for demos and bumps in net, and make it even more difficult for them to even pick up pennies. Right now, they'd like at least a penny. They're pretty much on 0 all across the board, but maybe this clear out will give them some reprieve.
Well, they're finally out, but I am a little bit concerned by the defensive rotation from Mizzou. We saw a couple front post hogging from Mizzou and not so advantageous positions. Though Bubs, that is a great 50. That will touch the post. That was so well placed, but just off the mark. Mizzou wanting this one to go ahead. Exodia gets the 50 here, but no one will be on it. Frostbite actually will take cover, so pressure coming through against OKC. Mizzou looking to extend it as long as they can reset.
Fourth. Not a lot of time and space. I was going to say he's going to look for an air dribble there, but immediately cut out. G-Man, same idea. These aggressive challenges in midfield right now for Mizzou, not a bad idea, but it does leave them with pretty much no boost to work with. Exodia, the last one back. He's expecting that going to the backboard, so he tries to pre-jump, and Chili says, nah, I'm going to call your bluff.
I mean, I had mentioned this previously. That is the defensive positioning that I was talking about. Exodia was overextended, and that was the exact example we were looking at before. So Mizzou will be down this time around. A kickoff with half a game remaining. Not impossible, though I'm looking at how OKC are playing. They're starting to cook, starting to get warmed up in that offensive end.
Yeah, OKC, one of the most, I'd say, efficient offenses I've seen play. And again, I'm going to have to say all of this with, just, hey, there's some bias, just a heads up. But,
bias warning.
You look just biased. Regardless, even at that, it is very accurate. OKC are a team that even when we saw them play last year as well, their offense was unreal. Super aggressive, double touches like that were the standard for them. And the defense is really where we had some questions. And even with North coming into this roster, I feel like that's where a lot of the questions still remained. However, if you just keep scoring like this, it doesn't really matter how your defense does, because my goodness, look at how many shots they go. 1, 2, 3 in a row, and eventually it sinks in.
And that is really a symptom of just being boost starved for so long. Look at Frostbite and Exodia, not much to work with. Bubs, it's the last man that could really do anything with the resources he had, and especially when they're going for these high backwall plays, you need to be able to get those challenges quick and early and be efficient with them. So now Mizzou down by 2 as this game slowly falls out of their favor. Going to be on Bubs, the newcomer, looking for his opportunity. A flick from Exodia will be stuffed away. North keep it in that offensive zone, and look at the wide rotate there from G-Man. Bubs has to play it off. G-Man even going for the further demo. Mizzou barely hanging on by a thread.
This is part of the reason Mizzou is struggling on defense, though, and really why I'd say Oklahoma Christian don't even have to play defense at the current moment. They're just causing so many problems that a quick transition the other way never happens. It's a slow transition at best, and that is more than enough for them, especially as G-Man keeps crashing the net on repeat. North, good touch out of midfield, but it's a double commit out of Mizzou, meaning they're not really going to be able to find an escape. Frostbite in the corner, and again, notice why G-Man's not going for that. It's very intentional. He knows they have no boost. Otherwise, they would have dove immediately, and by not having any boost, they can bait them into these aerial challenges, bait them into expending even more resources that they can't afford to expend, and it's making it difficult for Mizzou to find any sort of control in this game. Pace of play dictated by OKC right now. Boost totals dictated by OKC right now. Mizzou, they've got to find a way to actually control this game. Right now, they're at the whim of Oklahoma Christian.
And especially as Mizzou on the defense, still struggling to hold on. This is a great pass from G-Man. Can Chili follow it up? No, will be sent downfield. But Mizzou, one thing they're struggling with is just trying to keep these passing lanes closed. I mean, how many times have we seen OKC just send a shot straight from center? Now it's 2v1. Exodia perfectly stuffs it north. The last few seconds remaining. This is all but over for Mizzou, in game one. Bubs looking to send it downfield. G-Man, maybe one more to go. 2v1. Frostbite will stuff it. Look to keep it away. Chili over to Exodia. With that, in this best of 5, game 1 will be going to OKC.
And I would say in maybe not dominant fashion, but very confident fashion at that. Yeah, there's the original goal that we see out of Mizzou, but outside of that, it's been all Oklahoma Christian. And honestly, this type of offense that they keep shooting with, it may not be high percentage, but that is not the goal. They're just trying to fire shot after shot, and they might have already had the win. That was not enough. Chili wanted to get on the board again and get the hat trick.
Yeah, you talk about confidence. In every other match, you would see just people putting it to the floor. GG go next. But for them, they're going for every single solo play they can, looking for every opportunity they can to style. They're feeling confident.
Honestly, can you blame them, though? Said this was probably one of the better starts for them. Not only were they able to control this game all around, but really, this is the style that they want to play. A total of, let's make sure I get this right. I'm not going to look like you out here with the caster math. 12 total shots here for OKC versus only the 4 out of Mizzou, and the 7 saves forced out of Mizzou as well. So we can more or less do the math on that one as well. 8 total shots that did not make it into the back of the net. 7 of those getting saved, meaning only 1 was off target for OKC. So when they were marching down pitch and firing a flurry of shots, it wasn't without purpose.
Sorry, I'm just trying to comprehend the math problem. Okay, I understood. Now, that being said, I think Mizzou, so much of this, like, even look at the minor replays that we have here. Yeah, some mistouches, those are going to happen. But this right here, I mean, dude, that passing lane straight down the center, there's no one on the offensive the defensive rotate to be able to cover or at least get a 50 in front of that. That's 2 separate occasions where I saw that occur, where OKC just had so much freedom in that offensive zone to essentially be so confident. They're a team that is going to take advantage of that confidence. They're going to go for every single solo play they can, and if it doesn't work, they're going to go for the passing lanes.
Yeah, I do think there's still a little bit more to be done for Mizzou on defense here, and it's not as if I think that they played a poor defense as a whole, but like you said, you just can't give that opportunity to any of the players on OKC. G-Man has proven himself in multiple events. This is an RLCS player at this point. Chili has gotten literally a game away and has taken results in a multitude of different events around the scene at a bubble level. And North, like I said before, it's not necessarily a bad substitution for Chicken by any stretch of the imagination. All 3 of these players are capable of stunting if you give them the chance. Mizzou, don't give them the chance here in game 2. You need a big response here. Oh my goodness. If you lose this game again, though, reverse sweep versus OKC, what a way to start off your debut on the mainstream of CCA.
It would be incredible as Exodia will be able to pop off for Mizzou in game 2. This is essentially a replay of how we saw game 1 go. Now it's on them. Have they made the adaptations to hold this lead?
I'm not going to say that quite yet. We got 30 seconds into this game here. We got a long time to go, brother. And honestly, for a Mizzou that I think they started off with the first goal of the last series as well, I'm not necessarily going to say that they're guaranteed to win quite yet, especially as we see OKC. They're still just as aggressive. 2 players died for it, which forces Chili now to try and restart from his own backboard. plenty of boost in the tank and a good first touch and the reset. Can anybody help him out? Absolutely. G-Man looking for the skimmer out center. And he might actually get it. Bubs was bumped off the ball. And my goodness, for a second there, it looked like OKC was going to have an immediate response.
Bubs covering.
Oh, they might.
Bubs needs to go again. Uses every single piece of boost that he has to be able to cover that crossbar. G-Man's going in for it again. Exodia off the back wall. We're seeing Mizzou just be a bit smarter with the defense right now, cutting off and covering the back wall because that was a point of exploitation in the previous game. And now Mizzou, they're handling it quite well.
They're handling it well, but they're still giving opportunities to OKC, and that's something that we mentioned. They were getting outshot last game, and although not every shot was able to make it into the back of the net, they can continue to just fire after fire after fire. Eventually, something will drop in.
It.
How about that? That'll be enough. Wait a minute, North gets credited with this?
Yeah, he stole it. It's fine. Sends it up high. He's like, all right, let me cherry pick for this. Effort. Yeah, that's it. Even though you could see Mizzou, they were trying to make the rotate, they were trying to get in, but dude, you already had North in your net. No one was to be found. It was like a missing "where have you gone" kind of poster on the wall. And at the moment, Mizzou are feeling the consequences for it. North sending it over to Chile. That one almost finds the mark.
It's nice to see OKC, though. Similar strategies, like I said, to the last semester we watched them play. Still very much this bump-heavy, this physical play style. They're not afraid to send two players at the same time towards the ball, as long as one of the two of them then adapts after to go for bumps. Good example, North swings through center, gets a bump, and more offense built here for Oklahoma Christian. Like you mentioned, though, defense from Mizzou, not nearly as vulnerable as the last game. They're stopping almost everything. That's why we've only got a single goal, despite the, see how many shots, 8 total already for OKC.
Zodia trying to play the corner read. Now OKC locked, loaded, ready to go. Mizzou trying to cut off that midfield as best they can. Just prevent any more space over to OKC and immediately enact some sort of transition. Bubs, a bit more passive though, especially as Chile trying to be the demo man here for OKC. The moment they go back into that blue half, North just pushing it all the way through. Frostbite a little bit awkward in the defense. That's a shot that will go through thanks to G-Man.
Quite literally the sentiment right now for OKC. If you don't succeed at first, try again. I don't know how many times I said it, but if it's at least 9, that's the amount of shots that OKC have right now. 2 goals on 9 shots is not a crazy percentage, but it goes to show you the strategies here. When you look at the other side of Mizzou, they have 2 throughout this game. It is very much high percentage shooting versus a firing range of shot after shot that eventually will hit the back of the net. And OKC, I mean, look, they've been stopped a couple of times on defense. They're still not getting stopped quick enough, though.
Yeah, so much of this is just percentage and possession. Chile going all the way through. Great pinch cross. The defender, North, going to cover the midfield. Not the best, as G-Man's going to be on the rotating man back. Doesn't get the read from the ceiling. Frostbite does, however, though G-Man is there. Could have been dangerous from OKC. But this is just a replay of game 1. We saw Mizzou break out early, but now we're seeing OKC slowly but surely handle away this game. And I think a lot of it comes down to just the shot efficiency that we're talking about. So much of the shot percentage coming in through OKC. And it's on Mizzou to have to deal with it.
Also, well, okay, up until this play, I was going to say, they've handled the boost totals really well. Okay. All right, for a second there. I thought I was gonna eat my own words for a second there, but no, still, regardless of that, you can really notice that it's a very wide rotation for OKC. So many times we've now seen North as the very definitive third man, and it's the same thing here for Chile. This is how they're playing, and it's intentional at that. They are making sure that if they send those 2 players up forward, make sure that they have that aggressive offense, but if they need to, they can retreat or at least have 1 player back. It's what's made it so difficult for Mizzou to break out, is that rarely do they find a free transition through midfield. This time they got a chance at Exodia, the lead blocker. So let's see if you can hold on to some offense. Usually it's been one and done, and, well, this one will be no difference. The only difference this time is that they kind of sent the house, and, well, they got punished for it.
Yeah, listen, I understand what Bubs is going for. He's trying to fake go for the demo, but Chile easily reads that. You can't do that against someone who is so experienced like Chile. And the thing is, especially if that fake isn't communicated well or the positioning isn't right, you're going to bite the bullet for it. So back to 3-1 here for Mizzou and OKC. And I hate to call it the new kid, but I think a lot of this is just on Bubs. His confidence seems to be waning. He's not going for second touches like he should. He's not going for really solo plays like he can. But Mizzou, maybe a chance if they can open things here.
I will say, I'm not going to blame it entirely on Bubs, though, because it doesn't feel like any of the three players have any teeth on the offense right now. So many times we'll see them get an offense, they'll build up for maybe a shot, and then they'll immediately retreat. Now, granted, part of that is because of OKC's super aggressive offense and the quick counterattacks that they've come out with, but I need to see them have a better midfield presence. There's a lack there of one in this game, and it's the reason they're going to lose it yet again. This one hits the ground. They're not going to settle on 4, but they will at least still get the 3-1 victory.
I think that's even almost more BM. just letting it touch the ground straight as you have a shot. Just stop yourself from taking your shot and just let the game end. That is unreal from a G-Man, and just, again, showcasing the confidence, showcasing the ability. And although I would say that, yeah, okay, like the midfield presence has sort of waned, I think they really made an effort to try and remedy that in this game. I mean, we saw a lot of challenges in the midfield, which led them to actually get a decent, more extended pressure shots on, just like this. And a lot of it just came down from either taking it quickly in transition or just taking those 50s straight in the midfield. But again, when you have players like North who are just sending it absolutely no care in the world, and then G-Man comes in, there's really not much you could do.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially because I think that a lot of people would look at this OKC roster and characterize them initially as a team that, you know, it is going to have an aggressive offense, but you're looking at it really being G-Man the front of it because, well, it's G-Man. He's got crazy accolades. He's an incredibly mechanical player, but that's not the way that they've actually been building it throughout this. It's been Chili who's been the front man for this team. He has 4 goals through 2 games, and guess who's got 4 assists through 2 games? Would it be G-Man? Absolutely. The team is very clear on the rotation they have. Like you said, North is holding back, playing a good midfield that just isn't allowing for quick transitions out of Mizzou. Chili then leads the charge in every time, and the big issue is not only is G-Man the second man who's doing a good job at facilitating him, it's the swing through after those demos, those bumps. It's making it difficult for Mizzou to get any sort of rotation. Like you said, defensive rotation a little bit weak for them, and that defensive rotation being weak is what leads them into an awkward offense afterwards. They need to correct this here in this third game. If they do not, a sweep here to debut themselves on the mainstream would not feel fun.
Right, it is all or nothing here for Mizzou, as what we thought was going to be a close series. I mean, listen, all curious it. I mean, this is looking quite nice for our prediction thus far, unfortunately for Mizzou, but maybe we'll see a change. That could have been a crazy flip reset from G-Man if you somehow made that work. Frostbite gonna send it down, bumps in the waiting, but it's not wide enough as he tries to just go for the shot. Listen, your teammate is right next to you. Just try and get the angle.
I mean, yeah, but I think the biggest thing by far out of anything that I saw there is that they send the house, and all they really need to do is either A, like you said, shoot on target, or B, just pass it to another player.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You've got anybody in the world to go for that one. I do not understand how that becomes, well, the decision that we just witnessed. The only thing I will compliment them on is Mizzou actually did sustain offense after that pressure. They might get pressed into their half now, but it's a significant difference to see this team not just take one shot and then immediately retreat. They're trying to play more midfield presence, and that's a huge improvement for them.
Zodia, G-Man also stalling in the midfield to prevent any sort of damage being done from Exodia, who is at that point in their defensive line. So they already know kind of when Mizzou are sending attacking players to try and change things up so they can immediately go into transition in the orange half, but they're mitigating that presence quite well just in terms of pace. Bubs trying to get around the defender. Chili having a backflip. Frostbite will take possession. At the moment, though, OKC quite comfortable in the defensive end. Nothing too threatening. Might be able to put on a shot. Bubs is there.
Good save out of Bubs. Can he do anything more with it? He's trying to. A couple touches off the sidewall, but all it really does is lead into the way of Chili, who, yeah, don't let him get that skimmer. I respect that. North will make the save. Again, the third man really coming to the rescue here, but he's got more to do. And he didn't communicate. He wasn't able to.
This really just feels awkward. You can see G-Man driving towards this. He's waiting for North. He's like, you got this right. You got this right. You got this right. No, I don't. No, you don't. And that's why you got to calm it. But unfortunately for OKC, for the third time in a row now, they will drop down 1-0. We'll see if they can make the comeback again, or if Mizzou can actually hold on to a lead. That'd be nice, guys. Like, just please, like don't make it a third time. Really, really now.
You know what the most painful thing about this entire thing is? This is the same play we've talked about 17 times on this broadcast. Chili gets the pass from G-Man. G-Man swings through and gets the demo, and the shot is immediately on target. Again, Mizzou, these are similar patterns every game. Not only are you getting the first goal, but the aggression that comes out afterwards seems to take you by surprise every time.
G-Man, great touch. Wow, fantastic touch. Bubs, be on the back wall. And again, just seeing OKC force Mizzou into their own half. Not much to be done as they're just baiting, looking for these 50s. G-Man already on the back wall, taking that front post away from North. As the fact that North is still like, what, a 2,200 player and can just casually be on that back line as third man is insane in terms of depth for OKC.
They're just such a well-rounded team, and I think that's what makes this so difficult, is that originally people would look at this squad and they go, you know, it's G-Man's squad. It's not anymore. It's really all three of the players, and it makes it so difficult. And I don't want to take anything away from Mizzou either, because I do think we've talked a lot about Bubs today, but credit where it's due, Exodia and Frostbite are veterans within this scene and good players at that. It's why I kind of don't want to put the blame on the Bubs right now. They're supposed to be leaders. They're supposed to be teammates that kind of guide them into this new realm, and instead, it's Bubs who keeps having to make these on-the-line saves. Guys, if you want to be a top 16, you can't just let Bubs do it himself. He's the freshman. You're the vets. Show him how it's done.
The Chili taking the possession all the way north, taking it from his hands. Bubs looking for a decent 50. Won't go that way. 90 seconds remaining. Mizzou have held it to a tie. Exodia
Done.
double commit though on the defense with no one there for the challenge. G-Man is going to put this just a bit wide, but it's all on Frostbite. He needs to wait for a 50 to come through, but he can't get around it.
Good pass out center, though. Can Mizzou do anything with it? No, apparently not. 2 touches in a row from OKC, and Exodia just looking for a spot to even introduce himself to this play. Eventually, he will force a 50 out of G-Man, but nobody prepared downfield. We talked about it before. Those boost starvation plays against this Mizzou team is what has made it so difficult for them to find those transitions. Yeah, they'll get a touch out to midfield, but there's never a follow-up, and they should be getting follow-ups. This team is quick enough. This team is aerially efficient enough. They're just not seeing it right now. Maybe this can get something started, though. A couple awkward plays in a row, and eventually Frostbite will dive in. Mizzou, where's the follow-up?
Philly playing that low north, look for the redirect. Exodia gonna put this one just straight on, but the demo comes through for the first man, not the second man, as it's a rush to the ball in transition. Exodia looking to keep it in the orange half. G-Man Chili playing it. Exodia stuffing it. Frostbite is gonna get it over to Bubs. It's a little bit awkward, which could be disastrous, but a double commit from OKC in very OKC fashion.
That legitimately does feel like a little bit like Pee Wee soccer. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like there's an opening and everybody goes, I got this, I got this. And they just like sprint. Yeah, they're just trying to take the shot. Maybe to the detriment of OKC, though, because instead of getting this one closed out in regulation, I think we're going to overtime. Wait a minute. This stays up. Frostbite, gonna bop this. If G-Man's smart, he lets this hit the ground. He will. We're going overtime.
So Mizzou have held this for a regulation. This could be a turn if you can force the issue in the orange half. Exodia taking possession. It's on you, bud. You just got to send it up high. Gets a decent 50. Bubs needs to be there. The new one will be looking for a good 50 as well to open things up. Frostbite taking it through. Exodia and Frostbite on each other like they're in love, but no. Almost turns disastrous.
A couple of weird 50s in a row. I wonder who's actually going to take advantage. Apparently it's North. He's decided he doesn't want to play the back line anymore. He's happy to get involved in the offense, and maybe to the detriment of his team, though. Chili, no boost in the tank, has to do a lot of heavy lifting, even on 0. That's why G-Man will help him out. Goes for a 50 afterwards, and Frostbite will muscle his way through, and I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Mizzou starting to make these challenges out at mid. They're not necessarily extending their offense for an extra amount of seconds, but they're also not allowing these quick transitions out of OKC. This is what we wanted out of Mizzou the entire series. The only issue, Seb, is they started doing this already down 2-0.
Yeah, it's too little too late, but never say never. It is never too late. I don't know. I use too late analogies, and it doesn't look good. Regardless.
Say it one more time. I think it helps.
Yeah, late. But Frostbite taking the load off Exodia. It was struggling with the boost, and I think that's where we see OKC trying to activate again. Try and boost our OKC as much as possible.
Both teams a little bit worse for wear boost-wise here. It kind of just feels like they're bopping it around, looking if they can pick up some pennies, grab a corner, see if they can really get anything established. And no precise touches. Even that one was supposed to, I imagine, start the aerial. Ends up just turning into a heavy touch that pops out to the side wall.
Exodia has nothing.
No, he's fine. He's fine. He's going to pass it out to the side wall. And Frostbite's going to 50 it. Wow, this lack of boost for both sides is starting to become more than apparent. Nobody wants to challenge in the air.
Everyone is starting to second guess and hesitate, especially OKC has that marquee confidence, but that's starting to dissipate itself. North trying to take the load on the offensive end, goes for it. Oh, this could be dangerous. Exodia having to jump up just for it with no boost. Chili looking to keep it dangerous. Exodia over to Bubs. We're starting to see Mizzou crumble just a touch, and OKC tightened their grip. Frostbite looking for Bubs, but doesn't get the distance as Chili will send it out.
I like that follow-up from Exodia, though. That's a lot different than what we saw before. They were so hesitant to send that second player.
Not
now,
like this.
they're unfortunately hesitant to dive. G-Man gets the series-winning flick, and oh boy, oh, that's why Frostbite got bumped. I was wondering where the first challenge was.
And credit to Bubs. He really just got as much distance as he possibly could, but what a lob from G-Man to bring this home. It was looking a little dicey, especially in that overtime, but they were able to make it work in the end. OKC, the prediction comes through for the desk. And anyway, for them, they will move on to a positive record.
They'll move on, and honestly, this is kind of the win they needed to kind of reinstill confidence in both us, the team, and really the entirety of the CCA scene. This is a team that we knew would be good. This is a team we expected to do well, and then a couple of, let's call it lackluster results make us think otherwise. Beating what could be their main competition to squeak through into top 6, though, this is a huge win for them here.
Yeah, I again, we were talking about confidence in terms of like our general outlook of the team, and this is such a huge win for them. Yeah, it wasn't the best throughout the course. They took some weird losses, but then of course through the other collegiate tournament that we had where they took some really great wins, we wanted to see if that was legit. You know, we wanted to see if those wins were a mark of a new path forward for this team, and so far so good. A sweep over Mizzou, that is a huge one.
I would absolutely agree on this one. It definitely feels as if this is one of the bigger wins that they're going to be able to take throughout the entirety of Summer Series. And again, it's because they're direct competition to make it into playoffs. I don't necessarily think that means that Mizzou is knocked out yet. They've still got a lot of good wins to take. And if they can get an upset over somebody like, let's say, I don't know, a Columbia. Actually, I think they've already played Columbia. I don't know. They can get some wins, and there's still a chance here. There's still a chance for OKC to take some upsetting losses as well. So you never really know what is going to happen. The only thing that we really do know is that that's one of the best wins we've seen in a hot moment. That being said, we're not the only people who predicted that OKC would take that win. We've got the rest of the desk here, and I mean, that was pretty standard. We all expected that.
We did kind of expect that, but I don't think we expected it to be a 3-0 sweep, and that's why we have to put the shades on, because we don't look at explosions. There were many explosions in the back of the net for Mizzou, unfortunately, through that series. I know it was close. We did have that overtime that kept it competitive, even though they were stuck in their half for at least like 40 seconds towards the end of it. They did the best they could. Bubs almost got there for the save at the end as well, but even with that, Jigsaw, looking back on this series, I mean, Mizzou, what do they really need to work on together to get things cohesive enough for them to get these crucial wins for the rest of the Summer Series?
Well, clearly getting out of their defensive half was a struggle, but also just being creative upfield. The reason why OKC is so good is because Chili and G-Man all the time are so mechanical upfield. They had space, they had boost to work with, and they constantly went up the air. They attacked the net, and it was so hard to defend against. Mizzou needs some tricks up their sleeve, but granted, if you're comparing freshman to freshman, I honestly took Bubs over North, and just looking at Bubs was able to do on the field today. I think they need to lean into the freshman more. He has a lot of skills to use and a lot of potential. So I'm excited to see how Bubs in particular grows throughout this experience during the summer.
Apparently North is not a freshman, we're being told here by Bass himself, but is new to the roster. Is that correct, Bass, on that one?
Yeah, so we played a little bit with him last semester. He was a sub for a couple of different events, but no, he is very much still a young player. To Chixo's credit, he is not as experienced as nearly anybody else that would be on that roster. And again, when the three other names you're comparing to is Chili, Chicken, and G-Man, that kind of speaks for itself.
True. Newest face for those who didn't tune into like the off season between CRL and Summer Series. Basically, freshman in our eyes. But with that said, I mean, talking about Oklahoma Christian with this victory here, I mean, does this kind of cement them more as that top 6, not hopeful, but guarantee, you would say, based on the recent results and based on this victory?
So I think they still need to kind of work over some of their losses, right? Like we still need to see some of the top teams play, and especially as we start to see some more contenders potentially in SDSU, we may see as a contender and some other ones. I think it'll be more fleshed out as the schedule goes, because right now the whole West is in flux. Like our top contenders seems to be
LCU, what are you doing?
Struggling, but all over the place. And I think right now we're just seeing a very big erratic Western Conference. I think this is a great start for them based on our predictions of how the West would go, but I think we do need to see some more matches out of them, and notably just some better wins.
Better wins, better people, better Collegiate Rocket League.
They're going somewhere else with
Oklahoma Christian.
Summer Series.
Summer Series. But even with that, though, I mean, final thoughts from you, Bass, because we kind of skipped over your analysis here at the end as well with this specific matchup. I mean, is that a bad loss for Mizzou, or I feel like it was closer than the scoreline says?
It's closer than the scoreline says, but I think the biggest thing about it is that I don't really want to discredit Mizzou for that, because I think the only reason that was even going to be close and why we even said it could be is because OKC was in a slump. Without Oklahoma Christian being in a slump, I think that's the performance that we're more expecting out of them. A team that quite literally is able to take upset wins, able to beat really any other team in the West. And that's the level at which they played there. If they can keep that up, I think they've got a really good, shot at playoffs and really going forward in playoffs ahead of them. But this is probably the first time they've looked like that in a hot minute. So Oklahoma Christian, I love y'all lads. Please keep this up. I do not want to have to come back here with another weird win that I have to try and explain for you guys.
Apparently they're playing Boise tomorrow. If that's not on a stream, I mean, you know who to hit up for that stuff, because we need that to be streamed. Regardless, though, thank you all for tuning into series number 1. We still have 3 more matches of the night to go. So much more action to be unfolded throughout the night. We have another series coming up next, which is going to be UT Dallas versus GCU. Bottom of the barrel a little bit, you could say, for the West, but UT Dallas, I mean, they've been so close. They took LCU to Game 5, so I'm very curious on how this one's going to go. GCU also a big question mark, too. They're 1-3 currently. We don't know who's going to come out on top in that one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more CCA Summer Series, sponsored by Nelnet Bank.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten.
We are back yet again with even more action here for Summer Series. It's week number 3, and it's match number 2 as the first one went, I'm going to say exactly as we expected. Vaughn, you can tell me if I'm incorrect on that one, but the OKC 3-0, relatively expected and more or less what the desk predicted as well.
Yeah, we did expect a sweep for the most part throughout the desk, and we were like hopeful after talking to Bubs that it'd go to 5 games, but OKC, I mean, we kind of expected them to do decent. I don't know if a 3-0 sweep was expected, though. I feel like Sebs has some thoughts about that.
Do I need to roll back the tape? Like, are we actually just like gaslighting the audience right now? Like, no. We absolutely thought that it was like going to go the distance or, you know, like go 5 games. It was a fact.
I mean, we thought it could go to 5 games. We also did think it was going to go to 5 games because OKC was going to be in the form that they were in prior to that one.
After game 1, I thought it'd be a sweep.
Yeah, see, there's where I think it's like we kind of got surprised. But the second series might have some surprises as well, mainly because of the fact that we've got 2 teams on the horizon that neither one of them has established their second win. It is going to be UT Dallas versus GCU for our second series of the day. Now, both of these rosters come in a very different world. UT Dallas, if I'm not mistaken, is 1-7 right now. I want to make sure on that one. At minimum, they are with 1 win. Oh yeah, 1-7. Grand Canyon 1-3, but the difference here, Chicksa, GCU is a brand new team to Summer Series. This is less expectations on them in comparison to UT Dallas, who have been here time and time again.
Yeah, GCU, of course, has kind of big shoes, big expectations in the fact that whenever a new team comes in, they want to do as best as they can and they want to get quickly acclimated. Honestly, the other end of the field is just kind of embarrassing. At least I'd be embarrassed at 1-7 at this point. And we've mentioned how close they've gotten so many times and how many times UT Dallas have beat pretty decent teams to begin with. Why they just haven't been up to stuff in summer series is somewhat confusing, at least for some people, and other people are like, yeah, maybe they just aren't cut out to be in the higher echelon of the rankings.
Look, all I'm going to say is I am not necessarily the biggest... Well, actually, I'm not going to say I'm not a fan of UTD. That's definitely not accurate. I love that squad. I like all the players on it. I'm a huge fan of the program itself. I just don't know if I've had a lot of compliments I can give to UT Dallas as of late. The only team that they've beaten thus far is Oregon State University, and that's another brand new team in the summer series as well. So this is a similar scenario to the win they've already established here, Seb. Do you think that's going to help them, or maybe is that to the detriment, considering the fact that GCU technically are actually kind of doing well in comparison to what we expected, considering the one win they do have is over SDSU.
Yeah, again, and it's one of those situations where the more wins the SDSU get, the more impressive it looks, right? So that being said, listen, I get it. UTD, they struggled out of the gate, right? I am not denying that, especially to the pedigree that we did see UTD last fall in the West. They were, really much a contender in the West and were looking fantastic. They just haven't been able to do much. That being said, I do want to point out that in, again, the 5K tournament that we did have, they did take a best of 5 wins against not only Illinois State, who, yes, whatever that win means now, it's still an Eastern team, but also against Ole Miss, which is, and I know what you're going to say, Bass. You can say, oh, it sounds like Ole Miss, but no, that is very much a significant win. And maybe it's just UTD, they're being a bit sleepy. Summer hits a little hard in Texas, but I think they very much can prove to be a force. They've just woken up slow. Will they be top 6? No, but I think they can still take some wins over teams like GCU.
I mean, yes, there's definitely a world here at this point where I think they can beat a GCU. I just think the issue is that expectations at this point have kind of gone out the window for this UT Dallas team. I mean, VOD, we've tried on multiple occasions to hype this team up. I don't know what more we can do, man. They kind of need this win today.
They need this win, but also the rest of their schedule does look better suited for them to get more wins. I mean, they have Boulder, who are looking a little bit more confident recently. GCU here, Kansas, who have only had 2 losses, but those losses were to Columbia College and Maryville, so we really don't know what that team looks like. Borregos, who haven't won a series yet, their closest was against Oregon, which went to 5. And then SDSU, St. Edwards, and UTA, which are all teams that they should probably lose to. So it's like, they need this
I
win.
asked you to build confidence for them. You just told me they're going to lose more.
It's like, oh, I don't have as much confidence. But I do have confidence in this series, and that is because of the experience of the UT Dallas players. So the big thing, it's going to have to rally behind Dalton. We have to see how Dalton performs in this matchup, and if he is playing to his utmost capabilities, getting hat tricks against LCU like we saw before, then they'll be getting the victory. If not, if Dalton is absent and they target them, then there's nothing UTD can do.
Well, the one thing that I'm going to need you to do is pick at this point. Vaudable, I mean, you're going back and forth in this one. You're saying UT Dallas need this win. Are they going to get it?
I'm going to give it to them because they have been so close so many times. They have to get a win, another win at some point. If it's not against GCU, I don't think they're getting it.
I am hard-pressed to disagree, considering it is GCU. But, Seb, I mean, GCU has taken some impressive results. Again, that San Diego State win cannot be overlooked. Is that enough to give you the edge for them here today?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay, cool, sick. Awesome.
UTD.
Chicksa,
Give me
how
UTD.
do you feel?
You had to save the girl that's currently in Texas and a half an hour away from the UT Dallas campus. I'm going with Texas. At this point, they need a win. They have to win. They've been so close to win. It's bound to happen. Give me Dallas.
You know what? I respect all 3 of you. I also think all three of you are dead wrong. It's not happening. It's not happening here today. I am the only person who has had faith in GCU this entire season. I said they were going to make it into Summer Series. I was the only one who believed that they were going to do it first try. I say today they're going to get this win as well. Look, Dallas, I love y'all. I think you are talented, but this GCU squad, we have not seen enough of them, and we've seen too much of you for me to believe that I'm going to go the other way. Dallas, I'd love to see you get the win here today, but I have to put my money down on GCU. Chat, I think you might be able to do the same thing as well. Hopefully we can get a prediction up here so you guys can also decide who's going to end up taking this one as well. I think we're just about ready to get into this game. It's a best of 5 between the two teams, and the thing is like we said, it's the second win for either one of them. The big thing is, though, UT Dallas, you need this win to even try and stay in any relative contention for the top of the table. GCU, this just starts you off a little bit stronger. Our second series of the day here for League Play. Let's get into it.
What a series this is for UT Dallas. Do or die situation for them against GCU, who are the new kids on the block. UTD has been around for quite some time, but the rust is getting to them through their record. 1-7, looking to go 2-7, at least have one more win to write home about. Will they get it here, Chixa?
Yeah, I mean, give me Texas, give me Arizona, give me the heat. It is hot over here. I can contest for it. I'm ready to see if they really are bringing that heat on the field. When you are at the bottom of the barrel, you have to give it everything you have. I mean, at this point, what do you have to lose? Especially on the side of UT Dallas with so many games played. I'm pretty sure we've ran percentage predictions before of how likely a team is to make it. I don't even know if they even have a percentage left anymore. This is just so they don't get embarrassed. This is for pride. Play for it.
They do drop here. Very likely to be a 3-1 fashion at that for UTD, because 99% of their losses have been 3-1s. They've been able to get games. It just hasn't been enough for a victory. That is the big question mark for UTD. But GCU, they have a lot to prove. Main series win going to Game 5 against SDSU, and their losses only against top teams in the Western Conference. So really unknown on what we can expect from them. Froppy, Nando, and Super Big Steve, great name, versus Luby, Zora, and Dalton. Zora new on the field for this team, but Luby and Dalton have been around the block for quite some time, and they're the ones to look out for experience-wise to see how they can benefit their team best, set themselves up for success on offense, and we'll have to see what they can do after this first minute.
Yeah, we've seen just the duo chemistry of two remaining players that get a new player, whether it's a freshman or whether it's someone else that decides to transfer in, and how that impact is. It's always exciting when you see them for the first couple times try to figure things out on the field, and that's really what this first minute and 15 has been. Both teams trying to figure out a plan of attack. Who's comfortable and who's not comfortable? Nando not comfortable there on the goal line without boost, but somehow it crossbars and out. Nobody has been close enough to scoring yet. Is this potential? Wow. But again, off the mark.
There were a couple of chances there, too, for the defense of UTD to get that away. Dalton off the backboard, though, can't get the second touch. Luby right off the post as well. Not the angle they're looking for, and the counterattack starts for the side of GCU. Nando, no luck stealing the boost from Dalton, so it's going to make it a bit more difficult to secure that first goal. Huge one from Froppy, though, to take the initiative. Super Big Steve demo helps out a little bit on that transition back to the orange half, but even then, missing the ball that wide won't benefit them whatsoever to get that first goal.
Yeah, a huge bump play there to prevent GCU from getting any sort of pressure. Granted, that doesn't mean Dallas is out of their half just yet. They're struggling. Wow. That one's on target. The clear doesn't come through, and Nando finds the finish.
This has been a great performance so far from GCU. I mean, they're even Stevens in shots between UT Dallas and GCU, but it feels like the presence of mind, the pressure that we're seeing on offense, a bit more cohesive from GCU thus far. UT Dallas, that's been their struggle so far, is defense. You would think UTD, the D would stand for defense, but unfortunately it does not for this squad, and they need to shore that up as best they can with the time that they have remaining in Summer Series. Again, they still get consolation prizes, but they can get a little bit more if they get past 9th place.
Great opportunity here, but again, it's just off the mark. I'm waiting for these shots to be within the goal line box, at least savable, but half the time we haven't seen them even much on target, which isn't a good look really for any team right now. Both of them struggling to get that offense going or really control out of their half. It seems like touches are once and done for most players here. Where's the follow-up? Where's the aerial control? We know every player here is, of course, of the highest rank, 99% of the time in this video game. So I'm waiting for them to show their style because every player does have their own personal style and flair.
Maybe got to get those hours up and see if that will be enough for them to get victories throughout Summer Series. But one of them guaranteed to get their second win, which is huge for either of these squads, and decent defensive efforts from GCU, really separating them from the rest of the pack in this matchup. UTD haven't had really coordinated attacks between two players, and that's a great one from Nando. Bar down and away. Needed that second touch, but hey, they still got the lead, and they'll hold on to it for now as we approach the 1 minute remaining mark.
Great 50 by Zora. He still laughs back,
That's
and that
in.
one will float on in. I knew it immediately as I saw the two blue cars ominously in front of him. Nobody was going to get back in time.
I won't call it yet, but I will say maybe the desk had a little bit of copium going into this after the history of UTD throughout Collegiate Rocket League. GCU, Bass was talking them up for a reason. Do have to give him credit there, and a super big Steve, a super big contributor to that as well. 3 saves, 2 shots, and a goal for their squad, keeping them with a strong lead against UTD. Good passes back and forth, and property to Nando. This is the coordination that UTD is lacking.
Yeah, I would have to absolutely agree with you. It's a great pass, and it should be one that's easily read, but it seems like one thought it was too fast and the other thought it was too slow. So all you see is 2 cars crisscrossing as the ball goes right between them. I think it's a great starting victory for GCU. This is a momentum game in a best of 5. They have only gotten better and more aggressive as time has gone down in these first 5 minutes, and I think that's going to go to their advantage. They're going to keep pressuring UTD, who has not looked comfortable in the slightest.
We've had a ton of shots from UTD, and you would think with all those shots, with all that pressure, they'd have more points than they do. 84 for Zora, 130 for Dalton, and 223 for Luby after a 5-minute game. Less than the lowest score player on GCU, Frothy, with 280. Of course, the assists help there, but even then, not getting as many ball touches, not getting as many clears, and really involved in the play and possession of the ball really led to their demise in Game 1. So big win for GCU to start out strong with their potential victory against UTD. Looking at what needs to change, though, for UT Dallas. What do you have in mind, Chixa?
Let's get some offense going that's on target, please. Please and thank you.
Yeah.
I would like the shots more than 3 need to be savable when you put up 7. The other thing is also, where's the defense? A single save off of 7 shots? That's rough. I gotta say, it's not a pretty match. I didn't feel confident with anybody on the field with UT Dallas. No one looked like they had the stuff. Where's the vibes? Where's the confidence? Where's the car control? Any of it? Just I wasn't feeling it.
Wasn't feeling it either, and neither were the players in that matchup, unfortunately, for UTD. So going into Game 2, question remains, can they get on the board, and how will they get on the board? Individual efforts are not enough against this GCU roster. They need to work as a team, pass back and forth, get those assists going, and then eventually they will be able to strike true once they break out their side. But the defense needs to be a little bit stronger for them to even have the chance to do that. Secure the boost in your own corners, and then eventually you'll have the resources to get past that midfield line. But we'll go into Game 2 here and see how things change for UTD, or if GCU are just going to set the pace for the rest of the series.
What if we get sweeps all across tonight? That's what it feels
be.
like.
It definitely could be.
I just jinked it, and everyone's going to be mad at me, but it's fine. I want interesting games. I want it to go to 5. We wanted them to go to 5 and initially thought, but we haven't seen it yet. Granted, this is the first bit of creative offense for UTD, and it works out within 11 seconds.
Massive play too. Super Big Steve in an odd spot there defensively, and the bumps onto the defense put them out of position and made it easier for them to open the door in front of the net and push on through. First goal for Dalton, and I talked about it. He's the one that's needed to get the victory, but no, you can't give up that momentum so quickly with a kickoff goal.
Excuse me? What even is this? What is that? A bar down off kickoff? What happened to the cheat? You know how good it feels to get a goal after you were 0-7 last game, and then the other team scores right back? Killer. Absolute killer. And I can't imagine how UT Dallas is feeling after it took them so long to get their first one on the board. It looks like they have a little more pep in their step, though, when it comes to the upfield offense. They've gotten there at least a couple times early in the first minute of this one. Hopefully that kickoff goal will not hurt them by the end of this game one, but I still have hope. Maybe a little copium, but let's hope for the
time
best.
is the big thing. Yeah, it hasn't even been a minute yet for UTD. They're looking a bit more confident on defense from what we've seen in the past, but even then, not when you're facing off against Super Big Steve in this kind of a moment for Zora, who's just floundering in the air, nowhere to go, on the back wall, stuck for a second, try to reverse towards it, and a weird angle to attack as well. Would have just been better off just doing a 180 on the ground so that you can face it head on instead of that awkward angle that we saw from them. But valiant effort still, questionable at best, but their teammates didn't really put them in the best spot. Almost another kickoff goal. Dalton saves it for a second. Super Big Steve in front of the net, denied by Luby. But this pace of game that has been set up by GCU, this is their series to win. I don't see a future that UTD get out of this, at least for now.
No, I need to see something special like we've been talking about. Whether it's one specific individual player or a passing play, you have to get something going for UTD in particular. It clears out. That's a good clear, but where's the follow-up? Constantly giving possession to GCU that has been able to do things with the ball. Nando and Super Big Steve in particular have just been spot on when it comes to that upfield offense. Shot here off the beat again. That is 3 goals in under 2 minutes.
And all 3 from Super Big Steve himself with super big goal scoring capabilities. 3 for 3 with a save, the only save that GCU have had to make. UT Dallas, one of the shots just got stopped before it really even counted too much, so they are struggling even more so in this game compared to the last one, where it took a little bit more time for the goals to be scored by their opponents, but now it is a shootout showcase for GCU. Nando getting this one set up by Farapi, who seems to just be a playmaker on this squad, and this is not where UT Dallas wanted to be in potentially one of those matches compared to their next few series, the most winnable that we are considering it to be.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and today in Texas, it rained for the first time in a while, and we're falling. We're drowning in the GCU just offensive pressure. Oh my goodness. When does it ever stop?
Oh, the double commit's not going to help there either, with Zora going for that play, and then Luby and Dalton also in a bad spot. Nobody in the net, just leaving it wide open. The communication needs to be cleaned up for this UT Dallas roster because there are some overcommits happening. Luby should have backed off on that. They were hoping for the boost to spawn, but it's unfortunate to see yet again for the defense of UT Dallas not where they need to be to stop these shots from coming in. And it's not even crazy plays that GCU are putting up. It's just a dismantling of UTD.
I think UTD as well just way overextended time and time again. They're playing defense and they have someone past the half field mark almost all the time. 2-on-3, whatever situation they want to be in, they have to rotate back quicker. They have to be ready. I don't care if they cheat a little bit farther back. But yeah, right now, Dallas can't catch a break. Clearly, that is the best shot we have seen from them other than the one they scored in the first 11 seconds.
And yet, statistically, we haven't seen them like get a reverse sweep either, Jixas. So this is just a dire spot to be in.
Yes. everything that could be dire about our predictions right now is absolutely dire.
We can confirm it was copium and hopium of the highest degree for UTD. But again, it is possible. Even though statistically it hasn't showcased it to be for UTD this season, they have it in them. We know they do. That's why we were thinking, oh, you know, they could take this. Maybe not as confident as we wanted to be, but even then, can't rag on them too much. So you know that they are down the dumps, probably in their comms a little bit too much as well. And that is something that needs to change in between these games. They know they have the skill to take down this team. Maybe focusing on Super Big Steve would be the way to do it going into that game 3.
I think that's one of potential ways to make things easier. But I mean, Nando at this point is just as deadly as Super Big Steve is. They've both been absolutely just menaces on the offensive end of the field. 8 of the 9 shots between both of them, they have continued to apply pressure time and time again that Dallas has not adapted to in the slightest. We keep seeing those double commits we've mentioned a bunch of times. They're running out of boost, they're overextending, they're double committing. There's so much that's going wrong right now, and that's the first thing that's gone right. A wonderful shot by Zora off the ceiling as well.
That is the best play we've seen from UTD today, and we need more where that came from. Yes, individual effort, but even then, you do have to be able to pull off plays like that consistently to play against the top of the teams in Collegiate Rocket League. And, well, I know it might be a bit of a gimme because they were down by 5 goals, now 4. Even then, though, those goals help your motivation going into the preceding games in this series. So 30 seconds to go. They did get another one on the board at least, so it helps them out a little bit. But hey, Luby takes another. I mean, hey, this change of momentum, we welcome it for UTD.
9 goals scored this game. You have to wonder where the defense is on both sides sometimes, but that's okay because we're getting goals and that's all that matters. Dallas needs something to look forward to, and scoring was hard enough to begin with, so getting a little bit more certainly helpful, at least in that mental area that we were talking about. Sometimes communication, sometimes those mental mistakes are all that needs to be changed. So hopefully this gives them a little bit of a boost going into that reverse sweep territory that UTD needs. But at least they closed the gap. Definitely no Brazil incoming here. We've long passed that. But 6-3, still a very dominant victory for GCU. Can they close it out here?
That is the big question, and we almost saw another one from Luby. Would have been nice to at least keep it within 2, but the 3-goal differential seems to stand for now. Dalton, last heroic efforts, and they can only keep it up for so long, playing the game of Rocket League as best they can, but it will eventually touch down to the ground in Grand Canyon University, showing the depth of their skill and why they cannot be underestimated here in Summer Series. Of course, it is against UTD, 1-7, we do have to note, but this does bode well for GCU to be able to showcase this dominant performance, because teams that we expected to be able to do the same, LCU, went to 5 against UTD, and GCU, after watching the 2 back-to-back, kind of looked better than LCU did.
Yeah, I'm surprised of that statistic, of course, from LCU, a team that has had so much talent before and promise behind them. But right now, I'm a super big fan of Super Big Steve. I think not only is the name fun to say, of course, for us, but I think when it comes to getting chances, he just has the ice. Whether it's been offensively upfield, his shots have been on target, 3 for 4 this game, or those saves, most notably, he has had some of the most clutch goal line saves I have ever seen, and that has really just stunted UT Dallas that much more. Whenever you think Dallas might just sneak themselves in to get another chance, it fails, because he stops it on the goal line.
We'll have to see if UT Dallas can be the UT demo masters in this next game, because that's what they need. They need to go for the bumps and demos against this Grand Canyon University team to even have a chance to have a man advantage on the field and take them down at least a little bit in game 3. We will see how things go down here on Manfield. As again, Dalton, Luby, and Zora looking for their first win in the series. Most series that they've played, at least a game, so this could be their time to shine. 2 in a row in the last one. There's the setup for Dalton, who's not in position. They can't afford to be so passive in these moments.
Yeah, sorry. Little distracted by the super big car on my screen, but that's okay. I'm a fan. I think this is just the ultimate level of confidence coming out of GCU if they're able to close it out here. We're gonna see what ends up happening. Do they score first? Shot goes on target, saved by Dalton and sent away. But you know what? Nando picks it right back up. Flip reset, carrying it underneath. Almost got the block with his car as well. I'm saying this GCU team oozing with confidence right now.
I wouldn't quite put them in the top 6 contenders yet, but they do have potential to get there, depending on how their results look against the rest of the playing field. They've only had losses against 2 of the top teams, Columbia and Maryville, up to this point, and did take a 5-game series win against SCSU, who, namely, we were talking about before, 3-0 sweep over St. Edwards, excuse me. So, GCU will have to see and watch their careers with great interest after this series, but with this series itself, I mean, it's going to be insult to injury if Super Big Steve in the Super Big car gets that first goal against UTD.
Merc is such a big-bodied car. Love it. Love to see it. I don't think I've actually seen a Merc in competitive play in quite some time, so
it's been a while.
This is certainly a treat. I mean, we've seen some silly scarabs and stuff like that. That's the most thing I can remember recently, at least. But bringing some fun to the table, I always feel like this just gives us a slight glimpse of what the comms are like and what the team vibe is like behind just the Rocket League play that we can see on the field. Great to note that GCU just keeps on putting on that pressure. Granted, they haven't been able to score yet. I feel like there has been adjustments by Dallas, at least in the defensive front, to find those saves a little bit more consistently.
Well, now we'll have to see more adjustments from Dallas. This is the best they've looked so far, the closest the game has been up to this point, but maybe that's because GCU aren't taking it as seriously as they need to, and the defense needs to be there for UTD. Again, the counterattack wide open for Froppy.
Why are they overextending so far? Count the cars in the field, Luby. You're the last one back. Unless you get good contact with that car, it is going the other way, and it is an open net to work with. Something, again, they're just going to have to adjust to. I believe they have a coach. I'm sure this game will certainly be scrutinized because it's a good example of a lot of mistakes that they can clean up defensively.
It's so rough, too, because the moments they need to overextend, they aren't there. And the moments they don't, they are there. And there's another one from Froppy on the counterattack. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Let's see exactly how things broke down. Luby and Zora, neither of them going towards the ball.
Oh, unlucky. The rotations certainly haven't been up to stuff. I don't think they look comfortable yet. Hopefully, it's Control-C, Control-V, though, on the side of GCU. They're just copying and pasting the same plays over and over again. They're going to keep penalizing UT Dallas for the same mistakes that they're going to keep making. So, I mean, good on them for recognizing it and really making sure a team stays uncomfortable throughout a series.
UTD might have been drowning a little bit with the rain that you're talking about, but now they're just underwater in the ocean. But hey, there's plenty of chances here for Zora to actually get on the board after a double commit defensively on the backboard. So Big Steve tried their best hitting it off the post, but it's all for 9. This is the closest the game has been so far.
There's always a chance. Always a chance for things to keep on going. These kickoffs, though, have been some of the most interesting kickoffs I have seen yet. That one ends up still staying in the UTD half. The clear out into midfield. The Merc, not the greatest touch, but Froppy able to pick it up. Fakes it underneath. That confidence certainly still showing by GCU. Can Nando get to it? He's been so comfortable in the air. This one, though, cleared on out, and an extra demo will give some space to Luby. Maybe he can get something going, but a nice clear out towards the corner.
See what UTD can do here. Luby, a dangerous spot, but I do like how they are mirroring their opponents a little bit better on these rotations back to the blue half, making sure that they keep their wits about them on those rotations. And that's what really crippled them going into this latter half of the game for those 2 counterattack goals for Froppy. Zora, no connection, and there's been a couple of times there where they should have had a connection with the ball. The demo does not bode well for them, and the great setup to Nando. Super big steam of a perfect pass and perfect positioning from Nando.
That's crazy. Nando originally going for that finish in net, but somehow as he backs out, he just absolutely gets dimed up by his teammate. You can't ask for anything better than that. And with 3-1, 2-goal lead, that little bit of extra cushion, I just don't know if UTD has the time at this point to get 2 back-to-back goals with how much they've struggled. Luby, Zora, everyone bringing the house at this point. Dalton will give his try too, but the clears, they're so confidently out. Everyone in transition for GCU. They're looking to burn this time, and it is about over.
Less than 10 seconds to go, and the horrendous tragedy, you could say, for UTD is about to be over for this nightmare. Waking up a little bit, but not in the driver's seat, unfortunately, in the back of the car. So they need to escape their 1 and now 8 record through the rest of the season. Do they go 1-14 with the teams they have remaining and the way GCU looked here? It's going to be hard for them to get that second win. But speaking of second wins, GCU, we do got to talk big about them. Grand Canyon University, a massive victory for them against UT Dallas, where a lot of teams have struggled and dropped games, and this is the most confident I've seen any team really play against UTD.
Yeah, I think GCU played their game. They played it confidently. They consistently played as a team. They didn't really have any mistakes today.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It was a clean
One
game
double
of Rocket
commit.
League
That was about it.
from GCU.
And that's what you can ask for GCU. Clean Rocket League. Again, the little caveat we got to put on this win, it was against UTD, who I would say Bass was right in his assessment. I don't want to repeat it, but it hurts for the UTD fans out there. We can only cope for so much, and I'm sure Wysicle in the chat is going to be talking to them after that loss and saying what's happening, because they need to go back to the drawing board and change their mental, because whatever was shown up for this series was not it. But we did see some sparks of brilliance, and that's where they need to focus on for the rest of their series through Summer Series. But even then, they made it to Summer Series, better than a lot of teams out there. I mean, so many teams try to qualify, I think at least 100 per conference. So, hey, better than 70% of the field out there, just got to be a little bit better.
Yeah, I want to shade myself away from this sweep, and why don't we bring back in
I did not even realize that. I was not even looking at the camera.
Keep talking. Keep going. Keep going. I want to hear.
Yeah, let's hear what Seb has to say on this one first.
No, you know what? No, all I'm gonna say is, Vaughn, you're trying real hard to make this be as light as possible.
I'm trying.
For UTD.
I'm trying to let them down easy.
Hard.
I am trying.
But
I'm sorry, UTD.
That was rough. That was rough. Listen, I did have some wins to go off of. But there is something about Summer Series that does really just throw everything out of whack as far as consistency. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just off-season tournaments, maybe it's just seriousness for these off-season tournaments, but it is very interesting to see how UTD can go from beating two like pretty decent, at least are supposed to be decent East teams, to just getting dumpstered, like thrown in the trash on garbage day, and it's like smelly. Bass, please, you win this prediction.
Maybe, but I don't know if I would have said what you said. My goodness, man! Like I don't hate UTD. I feel like
I don't hate them, but dude, like this was really hard to watch because it's more just that we know they're capable of so much more. We know that they have the capability to be playing at the highest levels in the West, regardless of the skill level that is coming in, right? But we're seeing this, and I'm like, guys, like this is just supposed to be a 1-3 team. This is a team that you should be handling relatively easily.
So you want to know why I actually think that the argument you're making is almost counterintuitive to what you're trying to point out? You're right. This team does have the capabilities. In my opinion, they wasted their 2 peak wins on an off-season tournament they didn't even get to the finals in. So I think it's one of these things where this is a team that is capable. But, dude, it's not as if it's one of these things where it's like, okay, I know that they can pop off, they can do well. They haven't for 8 series. If they were like 1-2, 1-3, I think there's an argument there. But they are 1-7 now, 1-8. This UT Dallas team, I think the unfortunate reality is this is a learning period for them. They've been around the collegiate scene for so long. This is one of those things where it's, hey, it's a wake up. The competition's leveled up. We need to do the same. Props to GCU for doing that again. They really have been the underdog in a multitude of different capacities. So I don't know, Seb. I get what you're saying here, man. But look, it was rough to watch. I'm not going to disagree, but I do think that UT Dallas, they got to look at this more as a learning experience, not just kind of the smackdown that it was.
The problem, though, is like how many learning experiences can you have in collegiate Rocket
At this point,
League?
they're taking a college course.
Like, they need to go to AP Rocket League at this point to really just do something. Go back to the drawing board and maybe get some tutoring. I don't know. But even then, it's like UTD, they've had such good looks in the past. They've had, decent performances, and Dalton and Luby put Zor out of the equation. I mean, they also didn't look the greatest here in this series and in previous ones that we've seen. So I'm curious if it's just like, oh, they've just been at it for so long that they're just here to play the game, or if it's just something else mental-wise that's going on in their heads throughout this series. Either way, we know they have it in them, and we're such big fans of UTD, it just hurts to watch.
Or we head to a break to get ready for our next series. Chicksa, I just got to kind of ask, how did it feel to have to witness that? As a Dallas, as a Dallas resident, that can't have been the best feeling.
At least there's like 4 Texas teams in the West.
Fair.
I have my options. They're open. We have other opportunities to stay Texas.
Imagine if none of them make it into the top 6, which is
don't do that. Don't do that.
That is a possibility.
Look, man, St. Edwards, they got a chance here. There's still a chance. We got plenty of time.
We'll see.
We'll find out. We'll find out also what happens throughout the rest of the day. We're going to head to a quick break when we return our 3rd series of the day here for Summer Series as we continue through on league play. Let's hope we get a little bit back and forth action. I'm sick of the 3-0s. Let's see if our next teams can deliver.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Welcome back, everyone. Chris Pratt here presenting the Summer Series belonging now to the Republic of Dave. Welcome, everyone, to our coronation here for what will be an incredible series again ahead of us. What are you guys looking at? What's wrong with you?
Trying to find Chris Pratt.
Yes, you know, I act in a lot of movies, and I also voice Mario. So
And Garfield.
Yeah, I don't like that one. Anyway, moving on. We did just watch a spanky of the century. Unfortunately, thanks to UT Dallas, they will be going on to 1-8, and Bass is lauding his prediction win over all of us. That being said, we do have a pretty interesting match ahead of us for the East now, which I think has a decent amount of ramifications, or at least a match to solidify what could be a potential contender in Davenport. It is going to be Fisher versus Davenport. Now, this isn't the Fisher that you might be formerly known about in terms of with Sosa Can Save Money. This is a different Fisher, but I'm not going to say still as strong. They are currently struggling. They are 1-3 at the moment, and although it is essentially the Fisher Black roster from the previous season, there's still some heavy hitters. Though on the other side, we have Davenport, a team that we have hyped up incredibly in Bulty, Brock, and Cam, seeing them as potential contenders, Bass.
I mean, potential contenders for sure, and thus far, we've got nothing to say that they're not going to be. 3-0, they are undefeated thus far in the season, and in comparison to the Fisher side here, it's a stark contrast. Now, granted, Fisher has faced a lot of very good teams, and the only one they have is over Ole Miss, who are not a bad squad, but this is probably going to be their biggest test thus far. If they can take a dub here, it would go a long way, because this Davenport squad, I mean, bro, whether it's in chat, on Twitter, or just in ranked, these guys are probably the most confident humans in the entire league, and I can't necessarily blame them.
No, I don't blame him either. Now, Vaughn, when it comes to this Fisher squad, yeah, okay, they're not doing the best right now, but we know that on a particularly good day, if someone puts in their hours in their profile, then they could actually be a decent team. But in all reality, do we see Fisher kind of taking it to Davenport, or are Davenport just... I'm of the opinion it is going to be a mech diff to a point. That being said, I mean, you're going to Fisher. You got brought on to Fisher to play Rocket League, essentially. That's how the school works. Are we seeing any chance now, or is this going to be kind of Fisher just going to be done and dusted for the season?
See, there's always a chance unless you're playing Northwood, is what I've learned here for Summer Series. So we can't write them off completely, but it is going to be a arduous journey for Fisher to really take down Davenport. I mean, this is a tough matchup for them because one, Cam, top player in the West, moving on over to this stellar roster of Davenport, who during this past semester, not of CRL, but just in Collegiate Rocket League in general, have made some waves without Cam on that roster. Yeah. So they even got an upgrade and qualified for Summer Series without Cam being on the roster as well. I mean, this team cannot be understated for Davenport. Yes, they might not be in the top 2 or 3 conversation for the East, but they're one of those teams that we think are cemented into that top 6 conversation. And that is a big thing for this roster. They have a lot to prove, and they're currently 3-0. They've had some decent wins here and there up to this point in time. Looking back at their wins so far, 3-1 over Akron Gold, which is tough for a lot of teams. They haven't been looking as strong against Akron Gold recently. 3-2 over BPC, which is bigger win than we would have thought because BPC have been taking wins against everybody. And then, of course, the 3-1 over Syracuse. I mean, we kind of expected Syracuse to lose that series, but even then, this is one of the bigger matches for Davenport in their run to that top 6. If they can't win this, then it becomes questionable on how the squad is looking.
Careful, Vod. You're breaking Bass's heart. Expected Syracuse to lose. Oh. All right. Chixa, when it comes to Davenport, though, I mean, they got that 3-0 score line or match series line thus far in terms of their record at the moment, though that is tenuous. I'm particularly looking at Cam, and I know at this point I feel like I'm almost bullying the kid, but he is very much settled into his role now. I mean, from the contrast from what we saw at Columbia to what we've seen now, it's been a long journey. I know that the exit from Columbia wasn't the most gracious, but in terms of how we're feeling he's fitting into the roster, how do you think he's bringing bringing in his role, because now that he actually has a supporting cast to play with that is really helping him prove himself, are we going to see Cam really emerge as one of the best players in the East?
Ooh,
That is a big question.
that is a really big question. That's not where I thought you were going at all with that
No,
throw either.
No, I can't make fun of his mental anymore. I think he's borderline overcome it, but that's not going to be said until playoffs. I know, like, he likes to clown on collegiate sometimes, but you know, game's a game.
The East is just jam-packed with talent. I'm not going to dub anyone the best collegiate player
Valid.
in the East just
I'm not saying
yet.
the best.
Correct answer.
One
of the best.
No, one of the. Yeah, I'll say like
That's
top
also tough
five.
too, though. Like top 5, okay. You know, there is a
There's
argument.
a conversation, I think. We got to look at the stats, but I'm pretty sure he's also up there.
But I think Volty and Brock with him just make a very deadly roster. I think this is just jam-packed full of offense and mechanics and menaces and demos and just deadliness constantly when we're gonna watch them play. That's what I'm anticipating to see, and I think that just kind of goes with their general vibe and mentality. They're just gonna look to crush the field as best as they possibly can.
Yeah. And to be fair, I'm very much like on board that if there is like a sort of MVP season, that like if there is a timing for it, like now would be it for Cam. I think he has the tools to be able to make this work. He has the roster to be able to make this work. If it is in contention for him, if he's able to put him and his team in position, I believe that he could actually net himself as not just a top 5 player, but definitely up there. But of course, there is the likes of Northwood and now WVU, which we know are perfectly in contention, but also Bass. We have like Ball State to contend with.
And this
To
Ball
your
State
point,
roster,
yeah.
I mean, give him time. I don't know if we've really seen the full potential of Ball State. Is the main thing I was going to state. Is
That's
that
so
I really
true.
do think this Ball State roster is more, they lock in. And this is really the evidence in multiple iterations, whether it be the fact that they did so at the end of the season. Remember, they weren't necessarily making it into playoffs. And they made it into playoffs by taking a bunch of good wins. They then got into playoffs. Well, we all know how the run went there. And then they did the same thing at CCC, where they came in the number 1 seed, won the entire event. Ball State are a team that once they get going, they're quite impressive. And now the question is whether or not we're going to see somebody similar to, you know, that Ball State roster emerge here. Because I'm not going to lie, this has been the most difficult desk to try and like multitask in, because I have never seen two teams type more in the pregame lobby. Cam has added me in this lobby, I think, twice. It's just constant.
So much going on, asking like Fisher to throw and things of that sort.
Okay, now to be fair, I also did, Cam did say, he's like, hey man, can you hype me up? And I actually will. Like, I legitimately will for the first time in a hot moment. Every other time that I've had to talk about Cam, I feel like I have been one of the people who is a little more critical of him. The reason why is because this kid is good. He's very good.
Baston,
and I want him to
what's the
finally
series score going to
succeed.
be then? What's the series score going to be?
Ooh.
3-2.
Predictions now.
Davenport.
3-2 Davenport. Okay, Vaudeville. That's already got it underway.
I'm
What's your
going
prediction?
3-1 Davenport. I can't say game 5 because we haven't gotten anywhere close today. So this will be maybe the first game we actually have be competitive. But I could easily see it be a 3-0 as well.
Makes sense.
3-1 Davenport.
I am going to also say 3-1 Davenport, or as we have now colloquially termed the full desk, being for the Republic of Dave, as we are now becoming. The Republic of Dave fully supports the Davenport side with Cam, Bolty, and Brock. It is going to be an interesting series, boys. I think for any of you guys who don't know that reference, it's because you probably weren't born yet, but it is a very, very old reference that I am a big fan of. Though, that being said, I think with Davenport, listen, they are so skilled.
that's actually-
This was what?
I was going to say, that's terrifying. You said they probably weren't born yet, and then I went to look, and that's a reference from 2008. There's an actual legitimate chance that some people watching this were not born yet. That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
Taco in the chat saying they've seen enough Fisher 3-0 incoming on the curse.
Oh, true. That's true. But we are 1-0 currently in counter curses at the moment. We did have a full sweep of predictions before earlier today with OKC, and yep, That was a series, but for this one, it is supposed to be a more entertaining series. I firmly believe that Fisher, while they may not be able to fully beat Davenport, I think they legitimately can pose a challenge, something that Davenport maybe hasn't seen before, that they're going to have to contend with if they're going to want to go 4-0 in the summer series. Casters, take it away.
1-3 currently. Fisher, the worst record we've seen from the school so far, but can they rise to the challenge against a hot-seeded Davenport? 3-0, looking for some more victories, but they haven't faced the toughest competition in the East. This matchup matters a lot for both these rosters' potential to get into that top 6 conversation and cement themselves as some of the best in the Eastern Conference.
I mean, this is a conversation we've had a couple of times throughout Summer Series so far. It's the litmus test. Fisher, you guys are a very good team. Whether you be the main roster or not, it's very clear you are capable. But you're 1-3. You failed every other litmus test thus far against the top that has been offered. Can you maybe be able to overcome this one? And on the other side for this one, Davenport, this might be the best competition you have faced thus far. How do you start off? By missing a shot. That's not the greatest way to start.
That was wide open. They needed the angle, but was going a little bit too fast towards the ball. Unfortunate for Brock, who gets demoed for their efforts afterwards. Maybe takes them back to the lobby so that they can refresh their mental for a second, because they need to get that goal early on. We know the potential of both these teams. Fisher is a good squad, but they still need to prove themselves against so many different rosters after the slacking they had against Northwood, who destroyed them in the 3-0 sweep yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely kind of feels like this Northwood team is very hard to read against, though. It's one of these things where we've seen teams that play competitive against Northwood, and then they go up against other competition and they get swept. So Northwood is a good test and a good way to kind of reference here, but I definitely do think in a series like this, it's going to come down to who shines the brightest. And Brock in particular is a player we got to pay attention to.
He's usually the one leading the charge from what we saw during the play-ins to get to this point in time for Summer Series, and now on the board first in the opening minute for their squad. 2 shots to their name, and looking at the shots as well, we've already had 6 shots in the first minute for Davenport, not a single one for Fisher.
Well, to be fair, I think that 3 of those shots came off the first opportunity that they completely, being against the bar. So I'm not necessarily going to give them all of those shots, but I will give them the early goal here, and especially I'll give them the early offense. Thus far, Fisher has maybe broken out of their half once, and they haven't really done much with it. Otherwise, it's been Davenport who have just played this incredibly aggressive style. Feels very similar to OKC. The only difference is OKC, they've got 2 players that are highly mechanical and definitely the forefront of the offense. You could say the same thing here for Davenport, but don't sleep on Bolty. This kid is good, and if he starts to get some shots, he's going to punish you for them.
Oh, Falls unfortunately falling by the wayside on that play, was not in position to get to the ball in time, was pushed up too far, and if they were in a better spot, easily would have been a goal. The defense was not prepared for the setup, but neither was the offense for Fisher. Jasper trying to go down the wayside again, and off the backboard it goes. Diaz and Falls, again, not the best positioning with these follow-throughs. They have the potential, they have the makings of greatness with these opportunities that they are winning themselves on offense. They just can't complete on anything.
I really do kind of feel like that's probably the biggest, what's the word I'm looking for here, detriment to this Fisher roster by far, is that they are an incredibly solid team individually. Fowles has tons of accolades. He was on what many people used to call the cheat code roster back in the day for this team. On the same side, you look at a Jasper and a Diaz who have RLCS accolades, who have done really well in other events like Six-Mans and stuff like that, where they've gotten high ranks. The issue is they're very individual
There
play.
we go.
Now, sometimes that can't work out, though, and if Fowles are going to stay aggressive and, well, I hate to say it, but Brock is going to make a poor challenge, he's going to punish.
It's going to hurt for the defense on that one. Nobody back in time to stop it, and that was the simplest play we have seen Fisher try to initialize on, and every day of the week, if you are at least a standard team, you're going to get that goal. So Davenport can't be making those kind of mistakes if they want the victory here against Fisher, who are starting to warm up off the backboard, and the kickoff. The demo saves the day for now. Jasper delays the setup, but the angle not there for Diaz.
Quite there yet, but we got a lot of game left to play. 2 minutes to go, and Fisher finally starting to generate some true offense is a huge difference. What happened here? I mean, hey, I'll give it. This is a great angle from Cam, but I can't help but feel like there was plenty of time for somebody to go up for this one.
Jasper took way too long to go for the challenge. I think they were so distracted by the other player on Davenport just going in front of the net that they were in La La Land, not even looking for the ball, and they realized, oh, I actually have to go for this. And it was too late at that point in time to even get the save. If they were paying more attention, they could have got there in time based on where they were in the box. But even then, you can't afford to let up for a second here as a follow-through misses yet again. Some uncharacteristic misses by Davenport so far.
This has been, let's call it scrappy
Yes.
game number 1 for the lack there of more insulting terms that I could be using right now. I feel like both teams are not playing poorly by any stretch, but it feels like we should be going at Mach 7 speeds and we're maybe going 30 miles an hour. The two teams just really kind of judging themselves and judging the other team on every challenge. And again, that does make sense. At this level of play, if you do misjudge a challenge and all of a sudden make a poor one, you get scored on. That's how Fisher got their first goal of this series, so it's not surprising that now they're second-guessing themselves. Now they're playing just a bit more patiently on every approach. The only problem with that is you can't be all too patient. You've got a minute to go. You are down by a goal, and as much as this is game number 1, you do not want to give Davenport any early momentum.
See what Fisher can do in this last minute remaining, and that's not the bounce you wanted to see from Jasper on the 50-50. He has, again, to the other direction. These challenges by the defense of Davenport cannot be understated. Cam slows things down, baiting out falls, but it's not going to be enough for the follow-through afterwards to get an even stronger and more comfortable lead for Davenport. Awkward pass in front of the box, but it works out for Cam off the ceiling in a way. They keep the momentum going into the blue half, but still nothing solid enough and cohesive enough for a goal on either side. The demo, though.
What? Wait, what? What happened here? I knew it was going to be a goal,
midfield.
but... Oh, it's demo and the challenge. Okay,
Yep.
that's where both players went. I went, usually we get a breakaway play, but it's like one player. Somehow they had 2 players downfield.
That's going to hurt for Davenport because both of their plays that have gone in behind them for Fisher have been on kind of mistakes and positioning errors. Overcommitted a little bit when you still have the lead with so few time remaining. It's a tough spot to be in, but they want to prove their dominance against this roster. So maybe that's why they're trying to go too hard for these plays, and they've just given away the game.
They've completely given away a game, and I hate to mention it again, but it's off of poor challenges. That one on the sidewall is not great. All of a sudden, you have a player out center, and the demo on the back line is just completely wide open. Davenport just playing way too spread out, and again, it's that hesitation. They're getting flat-footed on the back line, and that's easy pickings if a player's trying to demo.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. You can't do that to them, Jasper. They had some dignity still, but it would have been completely gone in the dumps like we saw at UTD in that last series. And, well, maybe Cam and the rest of the team on Davenport need to take a breather back to the locker room between these games, because that was the Fisher show in the latter half of it, and it wasn't even by their own making. A lot of it was because of Davenport struggling. 7 shots from Cam and only a single goal. That might be the issue here.
I don't really want to point out anything quite yet, mainly because that first game was way too chaotic for me to really read anything, and I feel like that's honestly to the benefit of Fisher. We mentioned it before, Davenport, a very cohesive team in the ways that we've seen them play before. They're very good at getting team plays together. They're great at getting assisted plays. Good example, as Cam and Brock both get a goal and an assist, versus a Fisher where they are very individual. It is more of a chaotic play style. So when the whole game turns into chaos, which one of those two teams do you think that's going to benefit more? In my opinion, it's going to be Fisher every time. So Davenport, you've got to find a way to start dictating the pace of play. Right now, it just kind of feels they're at the whim of Fisher. Every 50, every challenge, every pinch out, it's exactly what Fisher's looking for, while Davenport struggle to find any control.
I'm so curious what the adjustment and the comms are also like in between these games for Davenport and Fisher, because that is not the way we expected this first game to go. And it could be just warm-up jitters. I mean, maybe they didn't have a scrim or the warm-up that they were wanting going into this series, especially with so many people being busy with Shift Summer League. But even then, you can't afford to give up that many opportunities if you're Davenport. That is not the best play we've seen from them. Arguably, it would be the worst we've seen on stream from the Davenport roster. So it's only up from here is the positive thing looking at that first game. And well, now it's done and dusted in the background for Davenport, and they really need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps against this Fisher roster, because we know that Fisher will capitalize every single time, as they did.
I really want to root for this Davenport roster, man. This is 3 really good players. I like the program they built there. I love the coach that they have on that team. Shout out to Shane for that. And I think actually it was just his birthday, so happy birthday to Shane as well.
Hey.
I just like this roster. I like this roster. I like this program. But the one thing I don't like is that I feel like we have this conversation every time we see them play right now, which is that the potential's there.
Hello?
In practice,
Hello?
they're just not getting it done, though.
They're also just not being present on the ball here whatsoever, giving Diaz full control, not even going for a challenge. Cam nowhere to be seen, and neither was the defense afterwards with Brock, who had plenty of boost. They just let him take the goal into the back of their net.
I'm starting to believe I should have backed my fish brethren here. This
You
is, I mean, look, the desk curse could be the main and most powerful thing
that
happening
is
right
it.
now, or Bolty could get the bump and Brock turns away.
Something's happening in these comms right now. It's got to be a lot of frustration based on how the last game and already the start of this one has been going. And Balls was saying that they were getting their hours up and feeling a lot more confident afterwards. They were in another country for some time before Summer Series started, so that might be a reason as to the way the first couple of series went for Fisher, but really proving why they cannot be doubted and understated and are a contender for top 6 with the way that they're just not messing up as much as Davenport are at this point.
It really does feel like that's the main thing here. It's not as if they are just completely outpacing them, playing better. It just feels like Davenport are making mistakes in moments that they cannot afford to. Opportunities have been there, but the good chances to look at net have been far and few between. And my goodness, if I feel like these middle passing plays are just getting cut out every time. Again, you talked about it. Proactive challenges into the air for Fisher right now versus a Davenport who are waiting far too long to make a challenge. And by the time they do, somebody on Fisher has got to reset, somebody on Fisher has got to double touch something to just disrupt any further. Okay, but Brock, apparently he's got some individual plays too.
Bullies it through the defense, but the demo comes out here on Cam, taking out the last goalie who could have easily gotten that save if they were still in contention for it. So huge team play from Davenport that was lacking a lot in that last game. Now they're back on the board. Now this is what we're used to seeing from this roster. Can they keep it up though?
T got some space out mid. Can he do anything more with it after the initial touch up high? Not necessarily. So Jasper intercepts and takes it to the corner where he's demoed for his troubles. Brox gets a double. Bolty can't get it center. All they really needed to do was spike that one out, but the immediate challenge from Diaz put some pressure on, and now the defense the other way. I'll call it defense if it's barely at that.
Cam only had that option to go for, delaying it on the sidewall. If they tried to clear it a different direction, would have been a dangerous spot and easily could have been taken away from them for a setup with the 2 hyenas surrounding them. But Diaz just dunking on the world, getting this fast and popping off in this game for Fisher.
I'm going to say this in the most complimentary way possible. Diaz, what ego do you have right now, brother? He is just challenging everything, whether on defense, offense, or somewhere in between. He's on 0 boost for that second challenge, and he does not care. He dives through at mid, just dunks the defense. And again, Davenport just looking a bit worse for wear in preparedness for these plays right now. It feels like they're just not expecting this, and I'm not even going to acknowledge what just happened.
If Cam was pushed up like 2 more squares on the field, would have been a goal right to the nose of their car. But as you mentioned it though, there's no need to follow him, and it's right to the defender. You gotta get these shots on target past these defenders who are just waiting there for it to come. Unfortunate for Davenport yet again, but Fisher just outplaying them at this point, and if they got that through, it would have been GG's, lights out and nights over for Davenport, because they're not recovering from that.
They're barely recovering in general right now. Their defense seems to be mischallenging, mistiming almost every play, whether it be out of midfield or on defense. They just can't seem to find these confident touches on the ball. That should have been one. I don't know how Fowles comes away with the final touch, and now the transition. Plenty of boost in the tank. He's looking for a bump. He will get it, and Jasper will get denied by Cam. That's some good defense out of Cam, but they have got to keep that up for the next 100 seconds.
Last game, mainly mistakes from Davenport. This game, the best gameplay we have seen so far from Fisher this season, and that's what they need to do to continue their journey into the top 6, because the way both these rosters are looking, Fisher looks like a top 6 contender, Davenport anything but.
They can change that here. Brock, toss out center, and it's straight into the hands of Fisher, who look to get some more offense, Bill. Bolty, you got to go up, brother. Eventually he will, but it causes a double commit out of DU. And again, that lack of communication, something that we said needed to be the focal point for this Davenport team in the second game. And at moments it's breaking down. They need to be careful. They're not going to get many more opportunities. Where the follow-up here, and Bolty doesn't make contact. Cam will take a shot. Fouls is well prepared for it, and that's the end of yet another Davenport offense.
Oh, looking at Diaz again, though, off the backboard with a perfect setup. And there's a block by the defenders. Luckily enough for Davenport, there was nobody in position. That could have easily been a goal too. Wide open net opportunity. No boost in the tank to work with. Ham has to go for the challenge here. And finally, Brock gets to the side, bullied by fouls. And there is the perfect setup to Bolty. There's the connection that was lacking for Davenport. Both goals that they've gotten so far have been assisted. And this is exactly what they need to go forward. But even then, as I say, it's been assisted. The one that we had from Brock before, I mean, they did everything that they could themselves, but Cam assisted them, just not getting a connection with the ball.
They've got plenty of time to try some more team plays like that, and I hope that they do. That was by far the best play, because even though we get the passing play out center, it's really that bump that even initiates it in the first place. So all three players getting involved now for Davenport, and they're going to need to play like that throughout the rest of this series and throughout the rest of this game. 10 seconds to go. Long ball downfield means Fisher will get one more approach as it's launched down. Passing play denied by Cam. Where's the swing through from Jasper? They're in time. He'll keep it up. Cam also keeps it up, maybe not wisely, as Fouls and Diaz getting something going. Oh my gosh, they're going to keep this up. Little more power, and that might have been the end. Instead, we go to overtime.
This is a must-win moment for Davenport, and it goes the other direction. Had to look in the autocam for a second to see that that was wide, but even then, a difficult spot to be in right off the rip in OT for Davenport. A good connection, but no follow-through because they are taking their time, Davenport, in this OT. They know they can't afford to overextend because that's bitten them in the butt too many times in this series. A great setup from Bolty, but nobody there on the follow-through.
Follow-through eventually does come, and again out in midfield, but that's two failed challenges in a row, which means Fisher, maybe not a chance to break out, but a chance to grab some boost and reestablish themselves on defense, and even offense. My goodness, two good touches in a row from Fouls, but not predicted by Diaz, which means Jasper has to restart. He's more than capable of it. He's more than comfortable to. He's looking for the reset, denied by Bolty. More offense to come here for Fisher. Fouls over one, tries to get over another, looking for the bump, and denied by Cam.
Already about to be a minute gone. Cam trying to go the distance, but no boost in the tank, and that's been a state of being for Cam a lot of this series, but a perfect passing play. Every single team initiative works out for Davenport in game two, and exactly what they need for the victory.
This is more what we were looking for, and honestly, it's exactly who we needed to step up. I mentioned this before. Cam and Brock getting the majority, pretty much all of the offense in game one. Game two cannot be said the same. Bolty actually the lead scorer for his team with that second one in overtime. Davenport, that's what you need to play like the entire time. They're not playing poorly, Vaughn, but I would be remiss if I mentioned that they had not just left a bunch of opportunities at the table there. 4 shots for Bolty, 4 shots for Brock both. That was a heavy offense for all of DU.
Heavy demo game, too, from both sides of the pitch. Same as last one as well. 5 for Davenport, 2 for Fisher, and the aggressiveness is maybe what led Davenport to being so wide open on the defensive end in that last game when they didn't really need to go for that many demos. This one definitely needed to open up some of those opportunities, and that's exactly what we saw happen here. Plenty of shots as well compared to what we saw before in the previous game, where it was just the Cam show. This time, Bolty and Brock coming to bear and really proving their strength in this game too. So now we'll have to see how game 3 goes. Cam leaving, maybe doing a car change and a mental change out for them, because when Davenport is their best, their strongest, all 3 players are looking good, not just Cam, and that was the struggle for game 1.
I think that's why I mention a lot, and people were kind of critical of me for mentioning this, and again, justifiably so, but I said, honestly, the player with the most pressure on this roster is not going to be Bolt, it's going to be Brock. Brock is a player that is expected to do well on this roster. He is known to be a good player who has played in RLCS before. Bolty, yeah, he's a good player, but he doesn't have those same high expectations. People look at him to be the 3rd on this roster, and if he does better than that, that's just a plus. Brock needs to be locked in like he was in that last game. He is a majority scorer, both on assists and goals so far in this series. So I want to see more out of him, man. He's playing great so far, but he's going to need to keep that up if they want to win this series.
Mid-series update, by the way, we did get some match reported in the background, and it seems like LCU got a 3-1 victory over UTA, and Ball State a 3-1 over Shawnee. So Ball State continue their tear through the Eastern Conference.
Ball State really impressing a lot of people, and honestly, as they should be. But kind of good to see that Shawnee, again, the same sort of trend for every series they play in. They refuse to not put up a fight. They might lose, but they're at least going to get a couple of blows in.
We'll have to see how they look in their next series after this one, too, between Fisher and Davenport. That'll be interesting between them and Stockton. Two teams that we still have questions for the Eastern Conference on exactly where they will end up. Same as these ones, honestly. And we still have no idea how Game 3 is going to go based on the way the first two have.
It's been a very chaotic midfield so far. A lot of aggressive challenges or bump plays to try and sort of end these aerials that either team keeps going for. A lot of that as well. Sidewall redirect, seemingly I'd say case in point for both teams to just get something started. Bolty, he's trying to get something started here. He wants the reset or the dunk. He'll get the dunk and nobody will follow up. Jasper did get the demo on Cam, but by the time that Brock noticed it, it was far too late.
Well, another update in the background. Southern Miss played their first series and took Ball State to
Finally!
Game 5 but lost. Oh, that's going to hurt so much, but this is also going to hurt for the defense of Davenport. Jasper, again, with the consistency of keeping the pressure going, but Diaz, the orchestrator, with 2 bumps onto the defenders.
I hate to say it, but I got to blame Cam for that one. He's thinking, okay, he's got no boost. There's no way he can do anything with this one, so I'm just going to let him drive through the corner, steal his boost, and we'll be fine. The issue is, by doing that, you need to at least make a challenge or make a pathway for somebody else to defend. By him just driving through and more or less colliding with one of his teammates, that's not exactly going to work out. Again, lack of cohesion by far the biggest issue that we've seen with Davenport, and for a team that we said that needed to be the main thing that would give them an advantage, at moments it looks brilliant, and at other moments it could use a lot of work.
Well, hopefully the work will be put in throughout the next 3 minutes and change for Davenport. The ego challenges from Fisher are just on another level. No boost, it doesn't matter. They're going for it every day of the week to make you think they have boost.
I gotta love it, though. It's working out, and not only that, but it's honestly one of the best ways to throw a team like Davenport off kilter. You want to tilt them out. How do you do that? Just challenge them over and over again. What you least expected. Diaz already saw Jasper going for, or excuse me, Fouls going for that ball, and he still dove anyways. It's similar, again, we keep mentioning this, how it's like so many references to OKC here today, but it's the same idea. They can double commit if they have to. It'll be fine.
This Fisher roster looking much more cohesive than they did in the first couple weeks.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of that has to do with the hours being increased for Fouls and the rest of the roster working together since they got back from their summer vacations and are locking in a little bit more. And if they can continue to do this, I mean, they'll look really solid contender-wise to be into that top 6 and a lot closer than we might have initially thought it would be, where it felt a bit more decided and heavy-handed for Davenport, who have struggled a bit too much in this series. And it took me a bit to think about it, that Davenport haven't really had too many big victories yet in summer series, even though they have the 3-0 lead in their record. And well, Cam is part of the reason for that. A nice double tap.
All right, well, Cam, he's still just as good as he used to be. Vintage Cam showing up with a triple touch here. Oh, this is disgusting. This is so nice out of him. Slams that on target. It's 1:52 to go, and Davenport showing some signs of life. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe they don't need team plays in order to get this one going. So far, the solo plays are working out fine.
Just serve it up to Cam, and then you'll be fine. But again, still double commit on the defensive end. Different spot than we were used to seeing Fisher be in. Maybe feeling the pressure after the Cam gun show with that goal. And with that, we do see Fouls trying to take Cam out of the equation, even though they don't have much boost to work with whatsoever. Jasper, great pass over to Diaz, denied by Brock. And a good challenge by Cam afterwards. Diaz still being such a nuisance with so little in the tank, and the double tap the other direction. Jasper says, I see what you can do. I can do it better.
That is so clean, but honestly, credit to Diaz here, recognizing that Bolty doesn't have any boost, so that's why the challenge doesn't happen, so he pops it up high, gets it away from the player so nobody can make the challenge afterwards, and honestly, that's the best way to finish it off. Jasper, a slaughter, and honestly one that might just give them the advantage in the series. With 80 seconds to go, Davenport, can you get any more individual brilliance? Not on that play. Bolty just kind of serves it up to Diaz, who then leaves it to Jasper for yet even more contentious midfield action. Oh no. Whoa!
How did that not go in? Okay. That is lucky for Davenport, because that should not have been a goal. The first time it should have been, but afterwards, I don't know how it was saved and went off the crossbar, and Diaz unfortunately hits it directly into Bolte, who didn't really have to do much other than just be going in the same direction and not stopping for that to be a goal, but they'll take it either way. And it is even Stevens yet again. You mentioned the series being scrappy in game 1. It's got even more scrappy since we've progressed into game 3. As there's almost another one, and it will be for Brock, easily cleaning that up. And that is the cleanest we have seen these follow-throughs be throughout any of these teams yet.
You say cleanest, yet it's still pretty scrappy with a double bump from Cam. I've got Cam written down here for a couple of assists that he did not actually get the credit for just due to bumps like that. Cam has said, all right, fine, if we're not going to be able to get past this defense, if our team plays are going to keep on getting intercepted, I'm removing players from this pitch. He does not care how hard it's going to be. He will do it himself. And honestly, that's what you need from a player like this. The biggest veteran on this roster and probably the most accolades behind any of these 3 players. He's the guy that needs to lead them into these offenses. He's the guy that needs to lead this team to the win.
Will this goal be enough? Maybe this one here from Cam coming forward, gets the read to set up for Brock off the backboard. The double tap is lacking. They still have the lead. They've given it up before, like they did in game 1. They got to be careful that they don't become overzealous. Tap it a couple times. We've seen the ego challenges from Fisher left and right, and they know that they can't afford to give up any momentum to their opponents. They need this win for Davenport, especially game differential is going to matter so much. And Bolte, no! It was basically in, but gets squeaked out.
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference here, considering pretty much all of Fisher is running on fumes and just trying to sprint downfield. That's a good pass out. Maybe I can eat my words here as they get something started. Not hits the ground. Close. But I just wanted that for Bolte, man. He deserves it. He's been such a solid player. The turn up from him in comparison to the first game has been immense. That's why he's the top scorer here, and it's also why he's gotten only a goal but 2 assists as well.
Everyone getting involved in Davenport, and that is the difference in game 3 compared to the rest of it. Yes, we did see a lot of individual efforts and not really, well, actually almost every goal assisted. So there we go. They technically got assists, but a lot of them did lead to those individual outplays over Fisher that we expected going into this series. So again, I'm curious what Fisher does to adapt. They were stuck in their side for so much of that game compared to the last one. And that is the difference here, why Davenport were able to be so successful. Even though it's a 1-goal differential, they had so much more pressure going for them. There wasn't really much of an answer from Fisher.
I mean, to be honest, it's kind of crazy how close all of these games have been. 3-2 divisional 1 for Fisher in favor. 3-2 again, but this time it's an OT that goes in favor of Davenport, and another 3-2 in favor of Davenport, which technically could have been 5, but I think you're 100% correct in talking about the fact that it is Davenport now getting their whole team into these plays. It is no longer just the Brock and Cam show, and that's what we need to see, is that we need them to be able to get involved. Why? He's the most unsuspecting player. If you're looking at everybody on this roster, you're thinking he's going to be that midfield player, be that defensive rock. So when he does dive into offense, you can see the team is not expecting it. Fisher aren't prepared as much on defense, and it's making a huge difference. And another player that's making a difference, and probably not the best of ways, is Fouls. He's been quiet. No goals, no assists through the last 2. He has been the bottom of the scoreboard both times. Turn it up, Fouls. I know you're good enough to do so, and your team needs you to here in a do-or-die game 4.
Oh, no. Bolte missed the goal in the last one, but it's not going to miss their chance this time right off the rip. Speak of Fouls being relatively silent, well, they are going to be hearing crickets in their comms after giving up that opportunity, going straight for the boost instead of the ball, leaving it up to their opponent and just dropping the ball. That metaphorically and physically.
That is probably the worst way this game could have started for Fisher, considering it's been so close back and forth, giving up a silly, oh no, kickoff goal and potentially giving up even a second.
Wow.
He'll make up for his prior mistake. Never mind. That's the lightest of touches and the best of ways for Fouls. So somewhat all reset, but the scoreline's 1-0. Fisher now going to have to fight from behind, and I think that's a somewhat unfamiliar position for them.
For those who are questioning, is this the main Fisher roster? Currently is. They might have some more iteration changes in the next season for Collegiate Rocket League, but right now this is who they have registered and who they showed up with in the qualifiers, and this is who is representing them, trying to do the best that they can. This has been the downfall a couple of times for Fisher, where they've struggled to really put up results, but Jasper showing, hey, I still got it in me. Got all the goals in last game for their team and looking to continue that in this one.
This is, I want to give credit because this is a nice goal, but at the same time, it also just kind of feels like it caught the defense by surprise. Yeah, Bolte isn't able to get to that one, but you're never expecting a shot out of corner like that. Fisher tie it up, and they do so before the end of the first minute. That's a pretty strong way to respond.
They were able to do the same in the first game, and we saw how that one went. But it's a whole different story and different ball game here on Salty Shores for Davenport. To turn things around, they have the lead. They don't want to go to Game 5. So as I mentioned, in the East, game differential will be even more crucial than in the West. Trying to get into that top 6, and Jasper saves the day yet again. And Diaz really looking for them to pop off for their team as they did in Game 2 and look so confident. But who else is confident? It's Brock, just with a fiery shot into the back of the net.
This is the 4th game in a row that Brock has at least a goal. And honestly, this one's pretty impressive because the speed at which he comes across the goal mouth and fires that on target, it really caught the entire defense by surprise. Despite 2 players back for Fisher, there was not a chance they were saving that one. And honestly, this is the Davenport we've been waiting for. This is the efficiency on offense, and this is the team cohesion that we've been waiting for almost the entire series to see.
Really curious how their future matches are going to go. I believe they're playing against Northwood on Thursday, so that's something to look out for. But even then, they do have to continue to improve as the games go on, as the seconds go on in these matchups. And it seems to be the case throughout this matchup against Fisher that they didn't look the best in Game 1. They were above water, at least at the end of Game 2, and then looked a lot more confident in Game 3. And Game 4, different story. This is the Davenport, as you mentioned, we are looking for. But we still know Fisher have it in them, that they can pull off these goals, these challenges against their opponents. Diaz looking to do the same with no boost in the tank yet again, but a double commit from Fisher, not going to benefit them whatsoever.
That was almost a triple commit because I'm not really sure what the swing through mid from Diaz was for. It didn't really do anything for the team, and it actually now forced them into a defensive position. Bolte, though, that's not the greatest challenge, so Jasper will get some free airspace to work with, and the demo. Numbers advantage for Fisher. Can they get a shot on?
Oh,
not quite, and actually Cam has the boost at mid, straight up outpaces, and gets another goal.
You said can they get the shot on? You meant Cam can get the shot on this play, and that's exactly what we see happen. Able to wave dash forward right past the attacker on the other end, and easy peasy lemon squeezy as they will take that one in and potentially the series with that goal. I mean, they have a 2-goal lead. We've seen the confidence from the squad with a lead, and they haven't really given it up too much since that first game. So all eyes on Fisher on how they adapt in this second half of the game. Will they go down without a fight, or is it going to be a swing and a miss? Somehow a save from Diaz, but it's not over just yet.
Bolte, he's got to move quick if he wants to keep this offense going. Instead, he'll actually opt for some defense and make a great clear out. Technically combines with Cam for that one, but honestly, that kind of leads me to, okay. It's going to say my follow-up point. We'll go back to my follow-up point in a little while here, because the other point, we also have to make another 3-2 game.
We've had so many of these.
The 4th in a row.
But also, what was Bolte doing there on that challenge? I'm so curious where their headspace was, because it was a decent, easy read. I'll say it's an easy read, but not the best positioning, maybe a wrongly timed flip. Either way, the mistake does lead to their demise with the 2-goal lead that they had, but they still have a lead. I spoke too soon. I'm sorry. Falls says, no, I got this.
Well, I mean, you know what? I'm at least happy because it's no longer a 3-2 series. Guaranteed we at least get a 4-3, and I don't know who it's going to go for, but with about 100 seconds left, this is really anybody's ball game.
Truly.
I am looking to Cam to kind of be the player to start this comeback, or not even a comeback, but short dominance to end the series, though. I will say, he's impressed me the most out of all of the players, and it's not just for the fact that he has been such an offensive monster. He's been a facilitator for his team, and I feel like that's one of the main things people have been critical of him in the past, and really something that we were hoping to see on this Davenport roster. He's getting assists, he's getting bumps, he's getting great saves. He's an all-around team player right now, and that's exactly what DU need. That's why this 3-man passing play to march downfield might just end with another Cam goal, or the drop down to Brock again. He's facilitating everyone.
Ruthless from Davenport. I know it's an overcommit, but when you're confident, you know that you're overwhelming the defense, it does not matter. Nobody in position to stop it after all the pressure. All aces in the hole for Davenport on offense that time to get the lead back in their favor. A minute 20 seconds, though, anything can happen.
Plenty of time, especially as Jasper. Good 50 and an open net. Cam got bumped, but everybody retreats in time. That might have been to the detriment of Davenport, though, because now they're scrambling to find an escape. Boost totals replenished. Brock got 100. Can he do anything with it? No, a 50 out. And Diaz, if he's smart, he bangs his right back to Jasper. And he does, but Cam again getting in the way.
Tough spot to be in for Fisher. Overcommitting a little bit here and there, panicking bad bounces, not leading to favorable positions for them, like the cherry picker position for fouls, but even then, no connection in sight. As Fisher are looking to connect the puzzle pieces, but they're still missing the last one that they need to at least tie this up and send us to our first overtime of the series. Fouls, though, looking for a hat trick themselves, and if they can't get it, the questions we had about that player have been answered, even then, though, less than 30 seconds to go.
Ooh, good shot from Cam. It's going to give even more offense now to Davenport. When 20 seconds to go, all they really need to do is burn the clock. Brock trying to set up Bolte. Bolte, plenty of boost, though, to keep this offense going. And Cam swing through is going to make it even more difficult for Fisher to break out. He's looking for the doozy, but he's really trying to do is force them to march down the pitch. And Brock won't even give it to them. Diaz challenged again. Jasper, one last hurrah. He won't even go for it. Davenport take the win. 3-1 in the series.
Disheartened and destroyed at the end of the day. It seemed easy enough for Fisher after game one to take this in stride, a potential sweep, but Davenport able to pull themselves up from the brink of destruction. This was a must win for Davenport based on the questions we had after game one. And while they had all the answers, even though it was scrappier than it should have been, Fisher, they showcased their skill in this series. It wasn't necessary to their own downfall, but unfortunate for them, they weren't able to pull it out in the win. And Davenport, they do eke out that victory.
This was a good series from honestly both teams by the end of it, but it definitely does kind of feel like Fisher at moments have that cohesion, and at other moments it is ego challenges without purpose. And I do think that that is not a bad play style, but again, it's just got to be a bit more calm and collected. As we mentioned, Davenport, they started off the series in a very, I'd say, one-dimensional approach. A lot of individual plays that would turn into passing plays, but it was very much geared towards aerial plays, these mechanical plays that were more or less solo. Then you go and look at the rest of the series, and honestly, I have to give even further credit to Cam on this one. The assist leader for his team at 4 total by the series ends, and he's got 3 goals, plus another assist that didn't even count because it was a bump instead of one that's credited in the game. Dudes all across the board really facilitating his team is by far the number one word I can use to describe what we just witnessed. And honestly, good on him, man. That's what I wanted to see with him on this roster, and he has done a great job at that thus far.
Tested by adversity through that series, and they overcame it to get the victory. And that's what's important for top teams out there in the East and the West, being able to have a rough game but still recover from that and get the victory at the end of the day. And that's exactly what we saw through the series for Davenport, and hopefully that'll bode well for them against even tougher competition. Fisher, that's just the start of a long journey of tough teams for Davenport to face off against.
There's a lot of seasons still left, and there's a lot left here in the day for Summer Series as well. So let's bring back in the rest of the desk and hear their thoughts about this one. As the caster sweep, the desk sweep, it did not curse us for once. It finally worked out, Seb.
Fisher has now been conquered by the Republic of Dave.
God.
Just keep going back to that.
The Republic of Dave has claimed its his fourth victim in this summer series. What a dominant performance, though. I mean, yeah, I know it was pretty hairy at times, but Bats, I want to bring it back to a point that you made in terms of Cam kind of being more the facilitator and stuff, right? Let me tell you the story about a player that you might have heard of called Connor McDavid. Okay, this is a hockey player who is by far and away the greatest hockey player in the world. But the thing is he didn't lead with the most points in the regular season for hockey. It was in assists. But the thing is that he was able to clutch up anytime he needed to for those solo plays. And that is the kind of player that Cam is turning into, which I love to see. He's able to be more flexible to bring his team involved. That's something he didn't have on Columbia. It was always kind of like, yeah, it was Cryptic would sometimes pop off, maybe Cosmic would enter here and there, but when it came down to it, Cam was the one that had to step up. Now he can take that step back. Yes, he can get Brock involved, he can get Bolte involved in a lot of ways, and they have been. We saw Brock be the one to clutch up thanks to some great passing and just midfield pressure from Cam. A lot of it is just developing Davenport to a much more well-rounded team, which frankly, I mean, Vaughn, I just don't think we've seen Cam have before.
You know, making another sports analogy from a different sport, this is basically like Caitlin Clark on Indiana. I mean, you have a team that's like, okay, and then you bring in a star player who like really showcases them what they need to do. And that's what we kind of see happen from Davenport. Cam comes in, facilitates, pulls off insane plays like we see here, and then that's exactly how they're able to get the victory. Maybe it's scrappy, maybe they're having some tough journeys, but they are still able to get past that finish line and make sure that they can showcase their skill. I mean, I'm curious on what your thoughts are on Chicksa here, because like Fisher looked pretty decent for the most part. It's just they kind of got outplayed at the end by Davenport.
Yeah, I think Davenport got comfortable. They kind of locked in as soon as they lost, and we're like, okay, we're better than this. We know how to play as a team. We have the mechanics to show up, show out, and they did that. They did show out the rest of that series. I don't have another fancy. I didn't prepare
I got one.
an analogy
one.
of a different sport. I'll gladly throw it to Bass for the third analogy on the desk, but I really enjoyed watching them play.
How would I make this one easy? We don't need to go to other sports. We can go inside a Collegiate Rocket League. Do you guys remember the last time that Cam got an RLCS level player to join his team?
Yep.
I do. His name was JD. And what did they do with that team? They won the national championship. So all I'm saying, Cam gets a good roster around him. We've seen the results.
I believe that was one of the only grand finals loss that Lion Blaze ever suffered as
or the Eastern Conference
players, frankly. Yeah, or they go back to the old days.
Yeah.
But still, that was a huge win. And it just shows, like, I mean, if Cam has the right tools around him, we know what that peak potential is, and that is championships. So our night is not done just yet. We have one more match on the books, and this is actually my personal favorite of the night.
It's gonna be a good one.
Which I am very excited to be able to cast. It is going to be Shawnee versus Stockton. So that will be coming shortly after this break. This is the CCA Summer Series sponsored by Nelnet Bank. We'll be right back.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you, I love you, I do, I need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you.
One series remains for our third broadcast of League Play for CCA Summer Series, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. The old guard, the gatekeepers of Stockton, who have really kept out a lot of teams from getting into Collegiate Rocket League competitions, and Shawnee, which is a new roster with some familiar faces in Taco Stash and Slayer. This is coming down to the wire between these two rosters, who we still have questions about exactly how they're going to perform, and well, the cat's here to help us answer those. But again, let's take a look at these rosters as we go over this matchup itself, because these two teams, I mean, we've known them for quite some time. Shawnee State University and Stockton, we've seen these players in Collegiate Rocket League for a while. And Bass, I mean, what can you tell us about expectations for everyone on the field?
I mean, the big thing for Shawnee is that this is a team that has quite literally seen the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Last year, this was IRSC. The year prior to that, it was IRSC as well. And the year prior to last year is when they got quite literally a single series away from the CRL World Championship. It was a slightly adjusted roster.
I remember.
Look, man, don't tell
times.
me. Yeah, I know, great times for you, Mr. Canada. All right, but it was a slightly adjusted roster because rather than Seabass coaching, he was playing, so no Duckworth on this roster. But that was the same thing for last year. Seabass retired, they brought in Akimbo for IRSC, and that's where the lowest of lows come. They didn't qualify for CRL last time we had a season of it. Last semester in the fall, they did not qualify. What happens? They change up the roster. Duckworth is joined by now Taco Stash and Slayer on the Shawnee roster. They bring in Seabass as the coach, and honestly, nobody really knows what to expect from this team. But on the other side of this one, we kind of have our expectations for Stockton. They've been around for probably longer than I've been alive, yet for some reason they always finish middle of the pack. That is the maximum we ever see them.
And looking at their record so far, 1-3 against Durham, 0-3 against KSU, and then going to Game 5 against Syracuse. It was a team that we kind of expect to be towards the bottom of a new roster and some new pickups still trying to prove themselves. So questions remain for the Stockton team. This would be a big way to do away with those questions we have about them if they can take down Shawnee and go with an even record. I mean, this is a matchup for their records to try and push into the top 6, have a chance on some great plays and some more motivation to move forward up the ranks in CCA Summer Series in the East Conference. But talking about that, I mean, Jigsaw, what are you feeling with this Stockton roster and the Shawnee roster? I mean, you've seen these players as long as we have. We've seen them on the field for so much time, but this is a different look for Shawnee.
Yeah, it feels very sentimental, honestly. Like looking at both these teams, like there's a lot of nostalgia there from when I started casting and just have seen them grow and develop as individual players and now coaches. Like both teams have so much potential. They have so much heart, I feel. In particular, both of these teams just have a lot to them, more than just being phenomenal Rocket League players. They're some of the best people that I have met on the floor. So I feel like this game is going to show those personalities a lot on the field. I still think Slayer and Taco Stash and Seabass have a ton to give in the collegiate scene, and I feel like Stockton really never finally finished what they had started in seasons past. So I'm waiting and seeing, maybe is this the year, is this the summer for either of these teams to really start coming out on top?
We really doubted Stockton when we were talking about teams who could potentially make it into the season for Summer Series. I mean, we rated them lowly and we didn't quite expect them to do well. And yes, some of the other teams in their bracket didn't show up or perform as best they could, but they are so consistent on still making it in and still making a presence and effort in these series. So it's interesting to see how Stockton will look at the end of league play as we see them now. And we still have those questions that their only win is against Syracuse, but a win is a win in their books. And the opponents that they have faced off against, I mean, Durham, they're still pretty decent. They took a good win recently against some other squads as well, but even then, who knows how this is going to go. And Seb, I mean, what are your thoughts on this Shawnee roster now that it's come to bear with a new formation with the IRSC players on this squad? I mean, what are we hoping for them to be able to accomplish this season of Summer Series?
I mean, I know we've talked about it in the past, right? Where like we had a hard time because Shawnee is one of those teams that have consistently kind of punched above their weight, but somehow always been consistently like middle of the pack, right? Where it's just like they haven't been able to beat like a lot of the top teams consistently, but they've always been able to kind of stay within their rank. And Stockton, I think, almost is that, but shifted down a bit, where like they'll go ahead and beat teams middle to the pack or potentially higher, or at least contest for some of those, but they won't be consistent enough where I think we can consider them to be a contender. And it's kind of been that way for a few years now, ever since like the original roster from the World Championship sort of fell apart. They just haven't been able to live up to that same height. And so I think part of that is because the East has gotten stronger, and I think a lot of that is just because, I mean, the roster's just not as good as it used to be in the past. And I think they're still trying to find that place within, you know, the Stockton school. So it is what it is, but you know, I think they're not totally out of it yet.
Not totally out of it yet. Still have to see how the rest of their matches go. They've only played 3 so far, and we've only seen 4 for Shawnee. Now our 5th here as well. So with that, Bass, I mean, how is this going to go? Who's going to take it how many games?
I'm going Shawnee with this one. I think Stockton have a chance here, but I think sort of to the counter of what Seb was saying here, I don't know if I necessarily would say that the Stockton team has gotten worse where the rest of the field has leveled up. And I think that's kind of the issue for them, is that the Stockton roster has kind of been, you know, solid for a long time. But if you stay solid and everybody else keeps elevating, all that does means is you're lower than everybody else who is elevated. And in my opinion, this roster for Shawnee is even better than the IRSC roster when the last time these two teams clashed. So I really do think that the Shawnee roster is capable of taking a win here today. I think it's probably going to be 3-1. I don't think they get away unscathed. One of the trademarks of the Shawnee team is they never get clean wins. It's always a fight to get a win. But I still think they're going to come out on top.
Okay. I respect that. What about you, Chicks? Do you agree? Do you disagree? What are your thoughts?
I agree in the fact that Shawnee will win this one. I also agree it'll be in 3-1 fashion, and it's mainly because Slayer and the rest of the Shawnee roster right now are just really consistent players. When we talk normally about CRO players, we're like the flash, the mechanics, the dominance, all of this, but IRSC has always been kind of everything but that. They've been very team-oriented, very fundamentals and basics, and their rotations look really nice, and they're where they need to be to finish up plays. And that's why maybe they don't always win their series in clean sweeps, but they always consistently do very well. And I think they're just going to do better than Stockton, that has always been kind of on a seesaw at a moment's notice.
Okay. I respect that. What about you, Seb? Are you going to help us sweep the desk again, or is it going to change up a little bit here? Need a close up.
It's not always about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Tony Pizza! Tony Pizza! We're all about Tony Pizza! Yeah, give me some of that top cheese! Tony Pizza! We're talking about Tony Pizza at Stockton! Tony Pizza!
I expected that to go many different ways, but I could have never predicted that in my life. We need a clip of that at some point. But I'm also going to go with Shawnee on this one. We did just recently see a loss against Ball State, but hey, they're warmed up against some top-level competition going into their matchup here, and that is going to be a big thing for them facing off against Stockton. They already have a tough competitor that they took a game against in Ball State, and now they are warmed up, ready to go against Stockton and prove their worth to make it into that top 6. So many teams have potential to push into greatness for Summer Series, but only a couple of them can make their presence known. And will Shawnee or Stockton make waves in this series, coming out on top and keeping their record alive, being at an even scoreline? Regardless of who wins, only one that can come out on the top. Take it away, Chicks and Seb.
It is a matchup that has been made time after time again through different iterations in different schools. Shawnee versus Stockton will be battling it out on the pitch for our last match of the day. And listen, regardless, even if it's a sweep or not for the desk, I think this one's going to be an entertaining one. Checks up.
I really think this has our highest likelihood of going to 5. Yes, I did predict 4, but I do think, generally speaking, it will be 4 or 5. I don't see sweeps anywhere here unless we see these teams completely surprise us from what they've shown us in the past. And unlike a lot of the other teams we've seen, of these teams have a lot of history to them. We have a lot of past results, past details. We have an idea how all of these players will play. It just depends. Have they randomly switched something up? Are they here again to take their season? Because they always have been, generally speaking, in that middle of the pack.
Yep. And memes aside, Tony Pizza aside, I do want to give it some sort of credit in that, yes, Stockton, they don't have the greatest of wins. It's Syracuse, not particularly fantastic, though it is still a decent team to play with. Something about classic matchups, right? Like your Akrons and Northwoods, for example. Sometimes you just find it going the other way. Just something about the pedigree of the players, something about the familiarity of the matchup just sends it always very strangely. And I think this can be one of those matchups, all things considered, unless Tapka Stash just wants to end it here.
Fortunate it's off the mark, and Slayer demoed before he can even get a chance. Deck in fact demoing too. Top Cheese has control, trying to get fancy with it, but can't get past the defense. That was such a good look, and it looks like Stockton certainly bringing the aggression early.
Looks like Tony Pizza and Top Cheese are playing with the cheese, trying to get a little cheesy. All right, I'll see myself out. Thank you very much. I'll be here all night.
I don't even know how to pick up from your throw step. I'll be honest. I just needed a moment of silence.
Listen. This is why okay, Duckworth though wants to shut me up real good. Tony Pizza comes in with a great save.
Oh, at least the plays are certainly making a name for themselves. Anthony Pizza on the rotation. Deck has the shot. Duckworth gets back in time for a great save. I've enjoyed watching these players try to connect the dots as we've seen them pass and now use their mechanics. Top Cheese, and he send that one away, and he does exactly that. Deck in midfield. Duckworth winning the 50 pop-up here. Pizza trying to connect with Cheese. I don't think they can necessarily do that just yet.
But Pizza and Cheese are already connected. Okay, I'll stop, all right? It's just too tempting. It's been a while since I've casted Stockton, but Top Cheese will be able to come out for Stockton, getting the 1-0.
Now, I think I remember one of my very first seasons, of course, casting CollegeCarball. Top Cheese being my MVP pick for the end of the season because of the mere stats he was putting up throughout the entire CollegeCarball season. I mean, this is already a great start for this first goal, but who knows how much more can they put onto the table? How much more can he add to the layers? This is already... Go ahead.
The thing is that Top Cheese, in terms of player, as he just completely whisked the setup, is very much relative to the rest of CRL, an old man. Like, he has been playing at the CRL level for so long, has been playing Rocket League for so long, and even though Deck, along with Tony Pizza, were the newcomers coming into this roster, we're supposed to be the top contenders, Top Cheese still finds himself at the top of the board, being that carry at times. Stockton just barely survives. Keeps it scoreless for them.
Drop down here in midfield. 51 luckily by Shawnee, who haven't been able to get out of their half much successfully. Great challenge by Slayer. The drop down. Taco Stash fast into the midfield. Drop down again. A miss. Maybe he'll open up a play, but Top Cheese on the backboard clears that one all the way out. But granted, look at that gorgeous pass from Slayer down to Duckworth. It doesn't get much farther than that, but both teams, they're doing their best. It looks really clean. I'm waiting for a glaring mistake, but we haven't seen it just yet.
Yeah, it's been quite close though for Stockton. The beginning inching closer and closer. That one will do it. Top Cheese from the top comes in with a dime from midfield.
That's a gorgeous block by Deck. Really getting that ego challenge essentially onto Slayer early. Finds the dunk down. Top Cheese able to finish from quite a ways out with power behind that ball. Stockton leading successfully. Just under a minute left. You have to wonder, does Shawnee find something? I mean, it's on target, but needs to be a little bit better than that.
Legitimately, that was the most creative setup they've had thus far this game. A lot of it has just been really lobs off the back wall, trying to skill check the back wall defense. Even Slayer right in the face, can't put it on. Top Cheese, no boost, able to get the save. 30 seconds remaining. Stockton able to get the clear, knock it downfield. Tony Pizza tries to put it on, but it will go away thanks to Shawnee's efforts. And this one looks done and dusted.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shawnee just not able to find the finesse on those finishes. They've gotten close many times. Now, this game, with their shots, with their opportunities, they end up 0 for 9 on the pitch, is what we're going to end it out. They got there. Again, hit it with their purse. It did not have the power behind it. It did not have the placement behind it. It needed to be a better shot, a more accurate shot coming out of Shawnee on that goal line.
All right, so just to update everyone, we will be getting into a new server. That being said, it was a incredible performance, though, I think, from Stockton. I'm not going to call my bets yet, just because mainly, one, I'm very excited to see where this goes, but I think this is going to be a pretty fun one. If this is how Stockton are going to play, they're really just letting loose. Shawnee, they're not really converting, I think, on a lot of their chances. They're attempting. They're just really just not being creative, I think, in the offensive zone. How many times do they knock it to the back wall and just let it go and give that possession away? There was no real follow-up. There was no concerted demo attempt to at least clear up those defenders. It was just very much, let's see what we can get. Stockton capitalized at every turn, poking holes in their midfield. We saw Top Cheese do it for that nail biter at the end. And honestly, I think this is a Stockton that could very much do the job.
Yeah, so I figured this game would go 4, would go to 5, would definitely go the distance, or maybe Stockton really does pop off. Top Cheese, a phenomenal game out of him. I mean, I referenced that kind of MVP performance in the season that I first started at a while ago, and I really think Top Cheese has kind of shown in this first game that maybe he's back to that kind of peak MVP performance that we've seen out of him before. This is a great game 1 to set that foundation. Does he do it again though in game 2 and game 3? Keep that consistency? I'd like to know.
Yeah, and I do recall when Top Cheese was literally leading stat boards, even despite being on a just middling team at the time. Now, see if he can do it again. Game 2 between Shawnee and Stockton. At this point, oh, wait, nope, sorry, never mind. Okay, this is test lobby. Maybe. I believe we are still test lobby, but players are figuring out the whole lobby situation. Slayer had somewhere around like 100 ping, so it's understandable as to why he ended up having 100, wanting to get the reset. That being said, I do recall when Top Cheese was near the top of stat boards, especially among the East, which was incredibly difficult to do. He had great talent on his team, but he did always come through with putting Stockton on his back. And I would say he was a large reason of back in 2022 why they were able to make that first CRL World Championship run.
Yeah, they had a real chance for it, and we thought that they would be the one leading the charge. They just fell a little short, and we have to wonder how many rotations, how many new attempts does it take to get back to that form to maybe get to a similar place this year again. But as we've talked about a ton, not only has the West amped up in its competition, but the East has gotten even already stronger than it already was. So it's a lot harder to now qualify for CollegeCarball than it was in the past, and there's so much more depth and so much more young talent as well that is getting into CollegeCarball every single year. I mean, we've only just seen some of the freshmen today, but let alone this season already, that are gracing some of our screens for the first time.
Yeah, and honestly, it's why even though on the podcast we tend to talk about a lot of these teams, I mean, the most exciting part about Summer Series is you get to see the end of CRL careers, but also the beginning of a lot of players who are coming up for the first time. We saw it earlier today with Mizzou and Bubs, and then, of course, Cam coming in from Davenport. So many different pieces that are moving around that we get to see on the pitch for the first time. But for these two teams, these are two teams who we've seen time after time again through the years, and they'll be facing off again here as the server is good to go. We are ready with game 2.
Well, game 2, we'll see if it'll be a reflection of game number 1, or if Shawnee, which most of us predicted as winning, will come out and get a game for themselves. I think there's still a chance for everything, but I'd certainly like to see what they have cooking up in the background of this reformed-ish roster that we've seen previously.
Top Cheese got demoed for his efforts, but remember that this is probably two teams that will be sitting comfortably around the middle of the pack as the weeks go on, as playoffs slowly looms forward for Summer Series. Slayer puts a shot just wide. It's going to be pinched away. Taco Stash tries to make a dive for it, but can't get much out of it. Top G's in position, tries to get the doink off. Taco Stash will keep it away. Maybe look for one to go as he sends a pass off, but won't be challenged.
What a deflection by Top Cheese, straight towards the other end of the field. Slayer trying to win some 50s out. Deck just trying to deflect instead, and ends up being off the mark. Duckworth sending this one out. Taco Stash, actually, it's just on target.
Yeah.
He beat out the defensive rotation.
Yeah, Top Cheese had no boost in the tank remaining, and he was just purely out of play as Deck was coming in for the respawn. Not much that Stockton really could do besides just chill on the aggressiveness. So Shawnee, the new server has benefited them. They start this off with 1-0, maybe another, unless Deck gets the touch, and he does. Taco Stash doesn't want to let this pressure go just yet as Tony Beats will send it downfield.
Duckworth safely sending it to the corner. Taco Stash 50 into midfield. Anthony Pizza there first, but demoed after that touch. And this one, Duckworth to Taco Stash, trying to read that corner wall. Almost gets the connection. Duckworth shot on target. Top Cheese, another phenomenal save to keep it out. Shawnee bringing
Slayer.
the pressure.
Oh
What an angle from the air. But this one, just a dunk by the duck, and that one will be worthwhile.
And Slayer, he took all the risks. He jumped so early for this one, but it was perfectly played as he was able to get the bump on the last defender for the rebound. Shawnee will lead by 2 now. Stockton on the back foot.
I love the pressure that they were slowly just bubbling over until the edge came through, and Stockton couldn't find a way to answer back. A little bit of a double commit, but we'll take the W by Duckworth. It was just a race to whoever could get this one past first, because nobody was in the net again for Stockton.
Realistically, this shouldn't work, but somehow does, as the double commit on the wall just wins the challenge. Unfortunately, Stockton didn't have anyone in position. Kickoff will come through. Shawnee leading by 3. Plenty of game left to play, though. Stockton can play to their form that they did in game 1.
Deck without boost will certainly get challenged by Duckworth. Taco Stash corner, boost pickup as well. Can't get past Top Cheese, who my eyes are on to certainly get something going again.
Nice.
Does slot that top left shelf, and that's a gorgeous shot.
You can always rely on him, almost too much so. And it's not like Duckworth was out of position, but Top Cheese just straight beats him up to the ball. Now Top Cheese on the board. Stockton not out of it just yet.
Nice to see with so much game left. We've gotten different looks at both of these
nice
teams. Interesting. Shawnee got things going early, and now Stockton getting things going late. It feels like we've played more than almost 3 minutes of Rocket League, but here we are, jam-packed, full of great opportunities across the board on both ends of the field. We'll see who gets the next one. Those bumps and demos still coming through, and I think will play a major factor as we continue throughout this series.
Deck not getting the flick he wants, but I would recommend maybe trying to go for that mid boost. I think especially as you play this series, you're going to realize that boost starvation is going to be important. Slayer looking for the read, gets the second touch. Duckworth's going to put it on. Tony Pizza can't get the save. That one slips through.
Duckworth has been lighting it up offensively for Shawnee. 4 for 6 this game. 6 of the 9 shots for his team. He has all the goals. That is a heavy weight to hold, but it's nice to see as well. 2 assists from Taco Stash, 2 from Slayer. They are feeding him, and he is just absolutely slaughtering upfield. We'll see if they can continue to just feed the monster in Duckworth.
I think Stockton has to be careful now. I think they're trying to be overly ambitious with their defensive touches, trying to go for these early clears and almost being a bit squirrely with what they want to go for. Top G's going to play this patience. This one could be dangerous. Duckworth will demo him just for good measure. Deck going to put one just a bit wide as Duckworth gets the save. It's the best to just keep Stockton restrained. Go for these early challenges in the offensive zone. Tony Pizza, but it will be cut off.
Crazy squishy save, and now Taco Stash on the other end. Duckworth will follow up. Do I dare say a 5th? It'll ring on true. And Shawnee cleaning up those transition plays.
Yeah, this one is dusted. I mean, there's so many times in transition now where it's just they've played so aggressively. They've gone for these 50s and have been so reactive to them. Stockton just look worse for wear on the defensive end as these touches just can't find their mark. Just get the save. Just get it's right there. Come on, you're a high-level player. Just make it. Oh, I'm so tilted. Like this, I get it. It's off kickoff, especially when you're trying to make the read off of the smoke screen. It is incredibly hard, but I swear it just feels like Stockton have been punished for those like 3 times now.
Yeah, they do seem a little slow to it as well. Rotating just way too eager off that back post a couple times for Stockton, and the placement again has been perfect for Shawnee. I don't think they're doing anything crazy. Again, I mentioned earlier, their mechanical skills have always been good, but not the best that we've seen in CRL. And at this point, they have just been so consistent and so much in penalization again on this transition. It's been phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, someone said this is one of the games ever. It certainly is. Absolutely. As the clock will wind down, 6-1 scoreline. Doubt we'll see another, but hey, I'm always happy to be wrong. Regardless, Stockton, they need to go into the thinking tank. They got to figure out what is going on the defensive end of the pitch, because there are so many things that are just falling apart. They're having a hard time getting the read to.
I mean, they have to cut off those passes from Taco Stash and Slayer, and then in particular, Duckworth has been the one finishing shots better than most. You have to demo him, have to bump him, have to prevent him from having the angle to take those shots, because each and every time, as we said, his accuracy has been phenomenal for those finishes. They're working out as a really well kind of oiled machine team in Shawnee. Again, it's a very clean level of play, consistent level of play, and clearly Stockton can't handle it.
Stockton's been having a hard time, and I think Duckworth with 5 goals and 875 points is a testament to why. He's been on the ball the entire time, just putting in shots right around where Stockton wants to, but also just punishing Stockton and their defensive errors. I mean, there you see Dak, he tries to go for the squishy save, but just a miscomm as the third man comes through trying to go for it as well. It all falls apart, and unfortunately, Stockton are going to have to try this again. And thankfully, we do have a best of 3 ahead of us, so they will do their best. But that server change just changed something in Shawnee. They're more confident in their touches. They're going for things that they need to go for, and they're capitalizing on mistakes. So game 3 now between Shawnee and Stockton.
I always like to say as well, when I look at the stat line, it was 6 goals, of course, for Shawnee, 6 saves for the likes of Stockton, but only 11 shots, which almost seems impossible. But who other than to get yet another goal this series in Duckworth right off the rip?
Like, did all 3 members of Stockton get involved here? But it felt like none of them were able to just get the touch they wanted. Regardless, the result is the same. Stockton will be down early, as they will look to work from behind. And Tony Pizza tries to get the demo early on Taco Stash, but Duckworth does not care. Gets the flip reset, and it bounces off the corner, goes up and rolls off. Tony Pizza straight to Top Cheese, who puts a dime in. Taco Stash will be able to get the save.
What a phenomenal save. And now the other end it goes. Duckworth almost finding the read, and Top Cheese getting the clear out. He's by himself, though. Phenomenal read on target, but back already to make the save. Deck losing control.
Nice.
Top Cheese putting it on target, but again, what else is the follow-up onto that? There's no additional pressure that Stockton provides. Those are essentially just pot shots on target, and you know they're easy saves. And Slayer, demo, Duckworth as well on the third. No Stockton to be found.
That is kind of insane when your entire team is demoed. And that just shows how much Shawnee is getting a read on the positioning right now, especially in transition. Slayer, the coach, of course, being able to get a read. The good amount of info downloaded. Just felt like during that break, there was an immediate download, fiber optic download, if you will, of what Stockton wants to do.
Man, we have a Ducky fan cup and fan club in chat. I can't even say it. I'm just picturing all those little rubber ducks like lined up for some reason. I'm sure you've seen those little videos where they're like everywhere. It's overwhelming. It's just massive amounts of mini ducks. Anyways.
I like ducks. I got a lot of ducks near me. Don't feed them bread. You're not supposed to.
I'm not going to go in the backstory for that, but Duckworth, I mean, we called him out. Now he's trying to make a play. And there's the follow-up. There's the follow-up.
I love Dak, but you can tell he's been struggling on the defensive end. That's his third, I think, error committed now. And Slayer, honestly, that was a dime straight into the corner. Perfect placement, but that touch just perfectly served it up on a platter. Now Stockton down 3-0, and we still have 3 minutes left to play.
So much time, but it feels like Shawnee is so in control of this series. They haven't looked uncomfortable ever since that first game, and clearly Stockton has been struggling. The only one that's been consistently kind of on target has been Top Cheese, but everyone else has looked very uncomfortable, just like that. I feel like Top Cheese is just trying to bail them out constantly.
I'm tilted. But Top Cheese, I'm gonna send it straight to Tony Pizza. This could be a dime if he can get the angle. Pizza time comes on through. 3-1. Stockton not out of it yet.
Great speed by Anthony Pizza, and a phenomenal read off the backboard as well. I don't think that read could have been any better. I don't think that jump and confidence in the slot by Top Cheese could have been better. Finally, some life out of Stockton, and dare I say even more, Deck taking this down, trying to get the perfect contact once he touches the ground, but can't do so. Slayer sending it towards the other end, and it's cleared into the corner.
It's the double commit on the defensive side. Please, Stockton, don't throw away what you just earned. Momentum is in your favor. All you have to do is capitalize. Let this be the impetus of something special to get you back into this series.
Off the side wall, Pizza. Send it in at midfield. Fighting over this ball is Stockton. They do come out on top with it. Granted, Duckworth, at least an initial touch, but contacted away. This one backboard. Pizza better get the read. It's still not a great one, but Duckworth wasn't ready on the pre-jump. Deck trying to take it underneath Slayer. Slayer still up. Back-to-back challenges in order to give his team the ball. Taco Stash the
Top Cheese needs to be there.
And you know what?
Almost.
They are.
They are. Now Top Cheese, double demo for him, actually. If they can let this start something, just go back into transition. Deck trying to figure out where to play. Midfield boost taken from Top Cheese, but the backflip, but it might not matter. Maybe it was its own juke, but the 50 will come through. Slayer keeps it dangerous. Going to be able to get a demo. Deck, you get a flip reset in the midfield. This is looking so precarious for Stockton right now.
Top Cheese won't get beat. Well, he does end up losing the challenge. Now Duckworth back at it. Taco Stash deflection, but still popped up off the backboard. Great transition off target, sent to the corner. Top Cheese going for demos. Stockton bringing the heat with those demos. They haven't been able to get an open net goal even with the extra added pressure. Pizza. The rest of the team, last ditch efforts with 15 seconds left. It just doesn't seem like Stockton can find the mark.
Why am I seeing two members of Stockton in Shawnee's net, like, while the ball is behind them? Okay, this one is over. Shawnee will take the lead in the series, 2-1. Now Stockton have to think it over. They are on series point.
You doing okay over there, Steph?
I'm fine. No worries. This is it's I can't tell if it's funny or not. It's just, I don't know. I'm looking at the game. I'm analyzing the game as it comes along. It's just things that I think if Stockton were to fix, they would be so dangerous. You could tell they want to get as aggressive as possible. They really want to take it to Shawnee, but I think it's just the execution they're struggling with.
Yeah, I would have to agree. The execution is falling short, and some of the touches and the passes just aren't going the way that it is. I also think Shawnee tends to win a majority of their challenges in their 50s, and that's just working out better as well. The demo plays we've seen out of Shawnee have been near perfect executions of demos into open net scenarios, but when Stockton does the same thing, it just kind of looks like they're overextending for a demo that it isn't easily out of rotation like it should be. They're almost trying too hard with the way they're playing the game when they have to relax into the style they know and feed the players like Top Cheese, who has been making phenomenal shots all series long.
It's kind of funny too. When I'm looking at it, I'm like, I would love a demo count from Shawnee right now, because it feels like they are punishing Stockton as much as possible just based off of their positioning. I mean, how many times do we see a demo come through for Shawnee? We may see more now, as this will be series point for Shawnee. Stockton, we'll see what they are cooking up in the lab. Top Cheese goes to the flip reset, but can't get much from it, as Shawnee will go on the offense.
Deck control, again, another very great 50 from Shawnee. Taco Stash on transition. Slayer was going for a bump, doesn't connect with it. Chasing, Deck trying to go on transition. Top Cheese, not much boost in the tank. Was trying to give it to Anthony Pizza, but instead deflecting that pass. Duckworth, now back on it. Slayer off the corner. Taco Stash, hello? The pre-jump, that was almost nutty.
It's a little ambitious, just like this one here. The double commit, though. Taco Stash needs to get this cut in the midfield. Tech has no boost to work with, so all the pressure will be mitigated. But now Tony Pizza, as well as Deck, just going all the way in to try and make this transition work. But thankfully, Shawnee able to calm down the state of things.
Deck trying to get out with Anthony Pizza, but I feel like he just keeps giving away the possession. Top Cheese trying to hold on to it, has the boost to work with, able to get past Taco Stash. Now looking to take it past Duckworth as well. The 50 in the bump.
Wait.
Pizza can't get past Taco Stash. As again, another great challenge. The timings have been perfect for the side of Shawnee. Drop down Top Cheese with the win, but Duckworth on the way back to collect.
Defensive smart there. Deck can't put it on. It'll be just slightly wide. Top Cheese looking to handle as the demos start to come through for Stockton. Now look at Slayer. Look at Slayer's positioning. Takes the boost, creates an opening. Duckworth will be cut off.
Slayer now gets to pick up this ball for free after the demo, and Taco Stash just a little too far behind to make that play. But and then another great challenge. The drop down pass by Duckworth. How could it be any better? It's a shot instead, and it's gorgeous again at that angle.
I can hear the screaming of the Duckworth fan club currently in chat. And I can hear the moans of Stockton as they tried to double squishy save, and unfortunately that wasn't enough to stop the Duck. Shawnee will take the first lead in this game and start the clock for the series.
Sort of the little duck squeaks, the rubber ducks, you know. That's their victory screech.
Quack,
That's
quack.
all I can think of. And the quacks, all of it, very much showing. I mean, granted, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is only one goal, but Stockton has struggled to even get more than one in a game. We saw that in game one, and that was really it. They just haven't gotten aggressive enough on the board. And each and every time, Shawnee has an answer to send it back upfield, to continue to apply pressure, to even go for those demos and bumps. This one might be a good look, but Top Cheese can't get back to it.
The demo from Duckworth.
Again, great demo play out of Shawnee.
Yeah, that completely diffused any offensive potential from Stockton, especially, again, with how aggressive they're playing. They're sending 1-2 man up, almost with no care at all. But it's just enough. Deck. It's the flip reset over 1. That actually has a lot of sauce on it, so Tony Pizza will be able to collect and try and shadow. That will be a great 50. Taco Stash should be able to put this one through, but Deck just respawns in time.
Oh, great timing. How much longer can Stockton deny? And it keeps coming on pressure. Duckworth collecting, has the 50 against Top Cheese. Slayer to pick it up. This one will be off the backboard. Follow up. Top Cheese to collect. It's a great angle, but a great block as well from Duckworth. Able to get Top Cheese off of the ball and prevent him from making even more of a play that we know Top Cheese really is available and ready to do. He hasn't been given an opportunity to do anything. Deck going for that 50, but again, huge 50s won on the front of the goal line by Shawnee.
A lot of it came down. It was greatly played by Slayer. I mean, Deck, he went for the demo on the second man who was playing front post, but unfortunately for them, Slayer had come in as third man just in time to cover the back post. Now Duckworth getting a decent 50. Top Cheese. Duckworth collecting the boost as well. That's going to be dangerous for Stockton going forward. Tries to get the flick over 1. Deck is still in position, but Top Cheese with the defensive masterclass as always. Though he might have just ended it all, Deck can get the save.
Time's running out for Stockton. 2-on-1 situation. Top Cheese is there, but no connections made. This one in front of net. No one's there to pick it up. Anthony Pizza too far back to make this shot happen. Now Deck off the sidewall, gets that flip reset, but doesn't continue contact with the ball. Instead, Shawnee trying to get a clear out, trying to buy themselves some time. Top Cheese underneath. Can Duckworth get the save? No! Anthony 8 Pizza ties it up with 12 seconds left.
Coming in clutch, as always, the duo. Tony Pizza as well as Top Cheese might have saved Stockton's series life if they can wrap it up in the 12 seconds. Otherwise, we will go to overtime. Taco Stash, not the best touch. Deck may be able to look for a pass, almost solos it himself, but it goes a bit wide. Tony Pizza over, he's in position, but no, it will go to overtime.
Oh. This is not what I was expecting out of this game. Last second heroic efforts out of Stockton have them hold on, but do they have the ice to finish out the series? To finish out this game and just get themselves that much closer to extending it? Don't tell me that's how it ends all. Top Cheese saving at the last second. But I don't know, that Duck fan club, way too much to be stopped in the other end. Stockton doing their best to quiet them. Can they make the play? Duckworth, the 50 backwards, and that one won't go on in for Stockton either.
I appreciate how aggressive Deck wanted to be there, though this one is quite dangerous too. Tony Pizza, do you have the mechs? No. Top Cheese comes in for the rebound, but puts it wide. Still so dangerous as demos are flying on all sides. Taco Stash puts it straight to Top Cheese. Slayer clangs it downfield, looking for some air.
This is the most pressure we've seen out of Stockton since game 1. They finally look like themselves, but is it a little bit too late? All it takes is one opportunity for Shawnee to end this series in that quick of fashion. Duckworth sidewall gets the extra touch. Taco Stash up early. Can he collect it on target? Sent out in midfield. Slayer, the pickup here, doesn't have boost to stay with it, and Duckworth send it back in midfield.
Tony Pizza clanks it up high. Deck puts off the backboard. Tony over to Top Cheese, but he has no boost. This could be dangerous, especially if there's another man coming up, but he'll have the room. Though he's not able to collect the boost, Slayer will steal it out from under him in the midfield. Deck collecting, baits out one, breaks his ankles. Deck flicks it up high, waits for the challenge, but no, it'll be set back to the orange half. Duckworth will take possession, but puts it wide.
Taco Stash trying to demo Top Cheese, does get the contact for it. This one maybe a drop down, but Pizza reads it well. Taco Stash, though, sending it towards the other direction. Duckworth is there, gets it off the corner, goes for the demo, finds Pizza, doesn't find Deck, and Deck is there to at least deflect into midfield. But for how long will this overtime extend themselves? Does somebody have the answer to end it? Slayer last back, but that touch will go straight to him.
Yeah, Duckworth getting the midfield boost is actually huge, especially as the clock goes on, and the more that Stockton are put on the back foot, this is all but dangerous. Who's going to end it? No. Stockton able to survive as Top Cheese goes cross pitch. Duckworth able to get the save. Anthony ate pizza. Looking for a pass. Duck plays it passive. Waits for the chance again. 2:50 on the clock now. Top Cheese, can you be the hero? He puts it wide as well.
Boost pickup stolen. Slayer working with nothing, but able to extend the field.
Oh, no.
Gets it off the backboard and back wall. This one's sent away. Deck pre-jump early, sends it down. Taco Stash to the read. No angle. Anthony Pizza out of boost, so that 50 will stall where it is. Deck the 50. Top Cheese is at the
Banger.
beat. Is it too high?
Oh,
it's
no.
too high twice, but Deck finds the finish. Stockton takes this one to game 5.
The battle of attrition here for Stockton. They put in everything. They came at them with everything, and Stockton are rewarded with a game 5. Shawnee, where did you go? Where is the Duckworth fan club? Where is the boost for Duckworth? Because he was the only one with the goal, and it was singular. But now we're going to game 5.
The problem is the singular goal. It's the singular shot that comes out of Duckworth compared to the multitude of higher digit numbers we've seen from him throughout the series. The matter of the fact is he was quieted. And no offense to Taco Stash or Slayer, but they just couldn't get the ball in the back of the net themselves.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to what Shawnee State wanted to do to give themselves that freedom just wasn't really working. And frankly, there was a lot of times where Stockton was just giving them some goals. I can't even remember how many times that they were able to just get some freedom from that Stockton rotation. They were able to get ahead. What do you mean, Taco, clean my desk? My desk is perfectly clean. Thank you very much. I can't remember how many times that we really did see Stockton just have so much freedom, and Shawnee also have so much freedom on both sides of the pitch. Frankly, it should have been higher scoring, but Shawnee, this is on you. This is all on you. You are in position. You were in position. Now you've given Stockton just a glimpse of hope. Are you going to dash it away with a series win here, or is Stockton going to complete the upset? Game 5.
I am so ready to see what ends up happening. I'm so ready. The chat has never been more alive as we gotten later and later in the night. I mean, this is it. This is our game 5 of our day, the first one to go the full length of the series. This is a monumental game for both of these teams who are currently in the middle of the pack, and it's
Deck.
just such a nostalgic game. What a 50 to come down out of Taco Stash.
Classic game, deserves the greatest of opportunities. Of course, I even said this was going to be my favorite match of the night. I don't care how it went. It's just too good to miss. Duckworth almost solos it as Deck will come in to try and give Stockton some room. Look for the challenge. Taco Stash will whiff it. Slayer forced him to rotate back, but look to keep it in the midfield as both these teams hammering away at the defense.
Taco Stash with some boost will take this one away. We'll have to 50 wins. That 50 tries to find a bump, but Deck to stall in the corner. Deck in control, sends it out to midfield, trying to bump Slayer as well, but can't find contact with the car. Anthony ate pizza, huge clear of field. Does he get a shot on target? Almost gets a double tap read, and Deck can't find the finish. It is deflected away, but Stockton bringing the pressure out the gate.
I get that Deck is trying to be in a receiving position, though this could be dangerous. He's trying to play really that goal line offense. I just don't know how it's working for them, as Tony Pizza will be able to get the save here. Duckworth keeps him in play. Deck, Duckworth. Deck has to dive in, and he does. He tries to open up the midfield, but a whip from the midfield would open things up as things get more dangerous here for Stockton by every second.
Slayer. Still trying to add on to that pressure. Will bump Deck a little bit. Duckworth shot just a little too high and doesn't have the angle for it either. Top Cheese taking his time, winning that 50 against Slayer, which is credited as a shot. And back into midfield. Kind of a reset. Duckworth dived up. What a slot top right. That one will be a lead for Shawnee.
That will be the opener here in this pivotal game 5. Duckworth finding his mark, finding the target with the perfect placement. And the crowd goes wild. Chat's going crazy. We have just over half a game remaining, but it's not over. Stockton have made a comeback before, and they do it again.
You said chat goes wild, and all I see is my screen just consistently resetting as it goes down. It's wild. We love to see the interaction. I'm absolutely, I'm infatuated by the duck at this point too. I gotta say, this is gotta be one of the best first reactions to Duckworth. I think this is the first time I've personally ever seen him play, and it's a great first experience to say the least.
Wow.
What a
Good
pass,
save.
but what a better save. Follow-up shot, those Slayers off target. Taco Stash still bringing pressure. Pizza can't get the clear out. He's dunked on the goal line. Shawnee in control, but here comes an answer potentially from Stockton.
Deck straight to Slayer, and that is an open net for Slayer. Top Cheese too slow on the rotate back, especially with how aggressive Tony Pizza and Deck were with no boost. He wasn't able to steal the full pad from the Shawnee side, and that may put Stockton in losing position as the clock starts to wind down.
We've seen crazier things happen on CollegeCarball. 2 goals, a minute and 30 left. Certainly enough time, but not when Shawnee keeps bringing that heat. Granted, Pizza has a good look. If only it extended a little bit farther. That touch, that contact, not what we wanted. Duckworth.
Oh, wow.
Back wall. This one just off target. Taco Stash. What a deflection. Top Cheese. Still top-notch deflections.
I was so close to criticizing what Stockton was doing because they already had 2-man behind the defensive or offensive rotation of Shawnee. It was looking so weird. They were able to make it work in transition off of the doink of Top Cheese. This isn't out yet. Stockton, you can make it work within a minute. If you can settle your nerves, you might be able to have a chance at this series.
Shot saved quickly. Deck extending. Duckworth last back in what seems a
Nice,
1-on-3
nice.
situation. Top shelf shot by Top Cheese to tie.
Deck is so underrated in this, but the perfect pass over to Top Cheese with a perfect catch and an even more perfect bump gives us a tie game. Now, I can feel everyone at the edge of their seat waiting to see what's going to happen here between these two teams.
Whew. Can Shawnee reset? Oh, why did that work? Shot?
Taco Stash,
coming
Taco Stash!
through?
I can't even. This was such an incredible bump, though, from Taco Stash with nothing in the tank. Slayer able to put it on, clutch as ever, finding his mark. 48 seconds left. Shawnee have the potential to run away with this as it goes back and forth between these two.
Crazy back and forth in the remaining time. Taco Stash will lose this 50. Slayer, huge clear. Deck up though, still in control. Gives it to Top Cheese, who goes high, and Duckworth sends it off to the side wall. Deck,
nice
middle
pass.
and the Pizza can't find the double. Taco Stash the doink up field. Is there a follow-up? A shot. Shawnee trying to keep it in that orange half for the remaining 14 seconds. Duckworth another 15 win, but this one sent out. Top Cheese demo onto Slayer as well. May hurt on the respawn, but Slayer there. Anthony Pizza sends it high.
Wait.
Slayer, not much boost in the tank. Does this stay up on the ground? 0 seconds heroics. Not much boost for anybody on the Stockton side. Top Cheese sends it high. Anthony Pizza to keep it up. Taco Stash sends it into the ground, and Shawnee takes game game number 5.
In a heartbreaking fashion for Stockton, the GGs come around, and Shawnee, off an incredible 2v1 play, are able to settle the score for this game 5. We knew it was going to be entertaining. I called it. It was my favorite match of the night for that reason, and they delivered. The classic delivered. The chat's going crazy for Duckworth, as they should. A well-deserved win here for Duckworth and Shawnee.
Yeah, certainly one of my favorite players of the night. A very consistent player as well throughout the series. Phenomenal job by the entirety of Shawnee to stay in it. They're the type to win a game 4 or game 5 scenario each and every time, and they pull out that win. They do really well. Why do you look like you're gonna cry? Is it tears of happiness, or is it?
I'm not crying. I'm just like, man, dude, that's clutch. That was really clutch from Shawnee. They almost let the series slip through their hands, but somehow were able to clutch it out. They gave Stockton an opportunity, but were able to be a team, to be able to be that classic IRSC style roster that we're known for, that has good, heady challenges. They're able to take the demos and isolate the 2v1s very well. And that is just what marks them as a good team. Now, how they're going to do for the rest of the season, we don't know. But as we bring in the desk here, I believe for Shawnee, this is the start of something great.
It's a great showcase from Shawnee, and especially Duckworth in game 2 nominally. I mean, 5 goals to their name after having some ping issues here and there. Slayer apparently playing from Nevada, and now they're looking really good for themselves. So, hey, let's go for Shawnee. Still have to give credit where it's due, though, to Stockton. They looked so strong throughout that series. They never gave up, and it came all the way down to the last moment. Could have easily been a tying goal to send it to OT. Would have been crazy, but still, we had a crazy enough OT throughout that series. And Bass, I mean, I'm sure you have some thoughts to share with us as well.
I mean, honestly, that was everything I wanted it to be. I was like, first off, by the way, I'd like to clarify, I was cheering not for Duckworth nor for Slayer, but for Nevada. Shout out to Las Vegas, just because I'm biased. Second off, I will also state that that was an awesome series and everything we wanted it to be. It was Stockton proving that they can still keep up with the current mainstays here within the collegiate scene. They were more than capable in multiple different games in that series, and it also kind of proves it's the same thing we said with Shawnee. They are resilient. They will continue to punch above their weight. They will continue to put in good wins against teams, and even if Stockton maybe isn't the same caliber as some of the top caliber teams we have within this league, they are still a good team. And Shawnee proves once again they might have to go through, you know, a little bit of toil, a little bit of mud to get through these wins, but they will always do it. The clutch factor of this team is quite literally undeniable.
Huge victory for them in that series, especially now it brings them back to an even scoreline for their series wins and losses. They did drop one to Ball State earlier today, but they get one right back afterwards against Stockton here. Still an arduous journey for them to make it into the top 6, but with a fan club like they showcased tonight, I mean, they got everyone cheering for them, and maybe that'll be enough for them to get the victory.
References are coming from.
Oh, God.
Vince, you got some explaining to do later.
It was interesting, to say the least. But that's enough talking about that series for now. Let's talk about how the night has went and recap everything. We had some sweeps. We had a 3-1, and then we had a banger of a 5-game series at the end of the day there. And that was a beautiful showcase of everything that you can kind of expect from Collegiate Rocket League here, Seb.
Yeah, I think it really is from top to bottom. I mean, we got our competitive series, we got our most dominant series, we got like a bit of an inkling of a decent performance out of Fisher, but Davenport was just taking care of business as they move on to 4-0. And we were embarrassingly wrong, or at least I was, with my UT Dallas prediction. Yeah,
we just had too much opium.
But these are all incredible results that are only going to get more and more spicy as the time goes along. And of course, we'll be discussing all of them on Friday.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a great time. Chick, so thank you for joining us as well. I mean, which was your favorite match apart from the last one, I will say?
Probably the Fisher Davenport one.
Yeah, same.
Beside that, I like to see that Fisher has a little fight in them. So I'm looking forward to them hopefully making that leap against teams like Davenport soon. I feel like they'll play spoiler to one team. I just don't know which one before the end of the summer season.
Which is crazy to think about because it's literally next week is the end of league play, week 4. And that's the last broadcast we'll have for the regular season until we get into the championship the first weekend of August. So again, a lot of great action to come, but let's talk about the standings here, starting with the East, going to the West on what has currently transpired in the background. If you weren't paying attention during the series, well, that's fine. I can recap you on the results that have come through today, specifically Oregon getting a 3-2 over LCU. I actually missed that one. That's a big win. OC Esports with the one over Mizzou, of course, and over CU Boulder. That's big for them too. GCU with 3-0 over UT Dallas, Ball State over Shawnee, and also Southern Miss playing their first game, going to 5 against Ball State. LCU 3-1 over UTA, and then Davenport 3-1 over Fisher, and then our most recent matchup with the SSU 5-game victory over their opponents in Stockton. But looking at this now, Ball State on top for now until Northwood play some more tomorrow. But even then, I mean, looking at this top 6 here, Bass, who are we feeling are going to really round things out apart from the usual suspects?
It's really coming down to the 6 and 7 for me right now. Actually, I'd say 6 through 8 are really who I'm looking to take those spots. I think that Akron has had a little bit of a rough start, but they've still got plenty of games left, and I think they could turn that one around. Similarly with Shawnee, who we've seen, again, they are very much a team that if they can continue to take wins against teams that are quote-unquote lower than them on this list, they'll probably sneak in. But at the same time, there is still Ole Miss. They are a classic at this point. They are a very good team at this point, and we expect them to put up some more results. Speaking of which, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed this, the maximum amount of games that any of these teams have played is 7 total. They must play 14 games in order to finish their season, which means every single roster on here has at minimum 7 games to play. So to any of you listening to this broadcast at home, hit us up. We want to watch these. Let us stream them. Please, you have 1 week left. You have to play these games. Please let us get a preview before the season's over.
So many matches to be played. Let's take a look at the Western Conference too. Only one team has completed most of their games. That is Maryville from what we have seen, but we have seen some changes here and there. My question here for you, Chicksa, what's Boise going to do to really turn things around?
Oh, I don't know. What can they do to turn things around? That team, a lot of love for that team as well. Just one that has been around for quite some time with the big names that it has. And at times we dub them as the best team in the West. So seeing them at 8 just feels not right. It feels really wrong to see them there. But you know what? 2-2, they haven't played enough games to really figure out, are they in some sort of slump right now, or are they feeling it? Because last I talked to them was at CCC, where they lost to Ball State in the grand finals, but what a banger of a best of 7 that was, that went the full series length. But that team had so much heart out there, and they were playing really well. They were consistently had the mindset, had the aura, had the vibe, whatever it was. So I think they need to tap back into that vibe that Boise generally has, because they normally ooze confidence, and they always are cool, calm, and collected from what we've seen, normally speaking, in the past.
Apparently Woozy's internet is just in the dumps, and maybe that's why it's going on. So Shu was saying in the chat we need to GoFundMe that. I don't know.
He's got to be Wellis, bro. He's got to level up on a hotspot. If Wellis can qualify for RLCS on a hotspot as a sub, he can do it.
This cast the Shopify Rebellion when that happened. But even then, here, Seb, who's your dark horse to maybe make it into the top 6 from this Western roster?
Not Maryville. I was hoping you would ask me something about a question. No, I was hoping you would ask me. Listen, I think I look at that 12-0. I think it's fraud. I think it's fraud.
What about the 3 differential? Is that even more
fraud? I think they're going to be exposed in playoffs very hard. That being said, I think in terms of top 6, whether or not in terms of who I think is going to solidify it, I have been very on OKC right now. OK Christian has very much impressed me. Like, it's not even so much that, yeah, okay, they're getting results, but it's the way they're getting results. You watch these games, and G-Man and Chile believe they're the best players in the world. And North coming into this feels so comfortable, feels so ready, and he's only getting more confident. This is a team that can contend for the West.
We shall see. That is the thing that will come to bear next week, basically. We're going to get a lot of results in. Make sure you tune into Champ League show on Friday on the same channel, of course. But still, there's a lot of action to be played for both of these conferences. And they always wait a little bit of time in the summer because people are busy doing other things and yada. But Southern Miss also have like 15 games to play or 14 games to play. Still, they just played their first today.
We
so
can't
I'm
count
curious
them
to
out.
see how that goes.
We can't. First result.
We honestly cannot count out any team in the Eastern Conference because they still have to play at least half their games. So we have no idea where the final results are going to be until we get to that point in time, which is crazy.
This up. You have so many games. Both conferences have
summer
so
production
many
and then just like post,
left.
hey, I have these games this day, and then they'll make it easy.
DM any of us?
Or
any of us?
Hit up Pyro, hit up
Champ League,
Bebic, hit up Kendo, hit up
Taco.
anybody. Somebody. Like, we will all do it. We all want to cover these games. There are so many left of them. I've got 5 games back to back tomorrow and potentially a 6th. So we're willing to do it. Just hit us up.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Well, starting with Seb, going down the line, final thoughts and considerations before we send things away for week 3.
Listen, we've had one of the spiciest weeks, I think, in collegiate in a very, very long time, not just here, but in other tournaments as well, for league play and for everything in between. We're going to be talking about all of these results and more. We're going to make some fun content this Friday for Champ League Show. We're going to be making some power rankings. We're going to be seeing who is really the best in each conference as we start to prep for the road to playoffs.
Whew.
For me, thanks for having me on tonight. I'm so happy I could be a super secret special guest. It feels nice to be back, to see it, to watch, to see some of the new freshmen, new names, new rosters. It always feels like such an experience. Each and every summer season is so different, and it takes so many unexpected turns. The fact that there's teams that almost have completed all their matches and other teams that have only played one kind of boggles my mind, but that feels like we're only getting a portion of the story. So please, if any of them are doing anything, make sure you guys tune in to figure out how everything really shakes on out.
Sure, that's what Bass has to say as well.
More or less. I mean, at this point, all I want to say is that I really do think if you're not paying attention to collegiate and you are a collegiate fan, this is the best time that we've had in my opinion, in years. We have an East that it's always been competitive, but this is at the point where it's a coin toss on who's even making it in the playoffs. Yeah, we have ideas of teams, but it's so hard to predict in what order, where they're going to make it in. Those final, I'd say, even 3 spots, like 1 through 3 is relatively locked. 4, 5, 6, find out.
Who knows?
And the thing is, usually that's just the East. The West is that way now too. We have like 4 or 5 teams competing for 2 spots left in the West at this point, because the top 4 not confirmed, but it's pretty. We got ideas of who's going to take it. The other spots are up for grabs. So if you are a collegiate fan and you're not paying attention to everything that's going on right now, what are you doing? You're making a mistake. Pay attention to this channel. Pay attention to Champ League. Pay attention to all of our individual Twitches. We'll be streaming more games as the final week concludes. It's a great time to be a collegiate fan. All of you should be paying attention. If you're not, you're making a mistake.
Well, we have to put curtain calls on tonight, but we do got to give a big thank and shout out to our production crew in the background. Zodic, RJ, JSA, Parkwork Penguin, Kylie as well, that have helped make this all a possibility. And thank you to everyone who's been tuning in for the 3 weeks of league play and the play-ins up to this point in time. 1 more week of action to go next week on Wednesday yet again. Champ League show, of course, on Friday. Make sure you tune into all the Collegiate Rocket League matches that'll be on all those community stream channels as well. And thank you all for watching, and good night.
Photo of you in my mind on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, you stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight freedom. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face.